And this is the duplication room. I observed with my Democratic partner the preparation of a new ballot since the original one was soiled or wouldn't go through the tabulators. I read her a Trump Republican ballot, and as soon as she entered it into the system, the ballot defaulted on the screen to a Biden Democratic ballot. We reported this to the supervisors, and others in the room commented that they had witnessed the same manipulation. We were never told what, if any, corrective action was taken. All I know is the next day I was called outside the room that I was working in signature verification by the supervisor saying, I understand you caused some problems this week, and saying that you thought our machines were not working correctly. And I was being the one that was scolded. And I was told at that point in time, I could not discuss anything or talk about what was going on, as many people were threatened because they were told that their voices would be suppressed. They would be either have to leave the room and not work there again. I'm here because I think this is our duty to speak the truth.
There are a lot of states that are dealing with antiquated machines, right, which are vulnerable to being hacked.
I actually held a demonstration for my colleagues here at the Capitol, where we brought in folks who, before our eyes, hacked election machines, those that are being used in many states.
Deal with it. Today, I want to talk to you about Tony West. He is Kamala Harris's brother-in-law and the single-handedly most responsible person for inventing a new form of corruption where they allocate funds toward allied organizations by paying off their lawsuits by having the Justice Department settle them for huge sums of money. So in 2009, Tony West took over the civil division at the Justice Department, which is responsible for overseeing the settlement of lawsuits. For example, in 2010, there was a lawsuit that was on the cusp of being resolved. It stemmed from claims of bias and discrimination made by Hispanic and female farmers, and they sued the federal government. And the Supreme Court basically had a huge victory that made it look like this case was going to end finally after a decade plus of processing. And enter Tony Clark, who comes in and arranges a $1.3 billion settlement with these people over vehement objections from the Department of Justice lawyers. Now, after West's involvement, the projected settlement ballooned. It shot up to $4.4 billion. And a bunch of additional people were added to the lawsuit. So they were going to make sure that all their friends and buddies got paid out. Crucially, the lawyers involved in this project were getting paid out to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars, with one lawyer in particular getting $60 million. He happened to be a lead member of the Obama-Biden transition team, by the way. Now, all these details can be gleaned or read by you individually. If you go to Google and just search New York Post Tony West, the article, it pops right up. Titles like Kamala Harris's brother-in-law fleeced taxpayers for billions to give to left-wing groups. And as detailed in the article, fam, this is one-sided corruption. This is something only Democrats engage in. This is a new brand of corruption, honest graft, as they used to call these kind of things. It's just a cheap way to take billions of taxpayer dollars and give them to their friends, to just give them the money. And if you wonder why we've drifted left these last couple of decades, well, here's a big reason why. Now, you may recall a 2021 era lawsuit where illegal immigrants were suing the federal government because they thought the way that they had been handled during their illegal entry was emotionally traumatizing. Now, that lawsuit got squashed after people got wind of it, and there was massive public outcry. But quietly, the Department of Justice agreed to pay out the lawyers. And keep in mind, these organizations are all, rubbing each other's backs. So they get paid out, then they donate to Democrat candidates. And it's this incestuous cycle of corruption that leads to more and more communist-like behavior, mafioso-style control. And, that this is what the Democrats are doing. This is not the Republicans acting all fascist and weird and attacking their political allies with the justice system, trying to put them in jail. No. This is the Democrats. So get that straight, fam. Pay attention here. You guys got it all backwards because you barely pay attention. You watch CNN or MSNBC, and that's your only source. The New York Times are your only sources of information. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Shame, shame, shame. Do more reading. Expand your mind. And don't believe everything you hear on television. Stay safe. Stay sane. I'll be back in soon. I love you. Bye-bye.
As somebody who is a centrist, and in one fell swoop here, he has put somebody on the ticket whose voting record in the Senate is to the left of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. So I think that the American people are going to look at the substance of this. They're going to look at what she stood for in the past. They're going to look at what she said during the primary election, and it's very clear she is a radical liberal. She's somebody that has said we ought to spend $32 trillion on Medicare for all. If you look at her record as well in California, she did, in fact, essentially ban gun sales with executive action. And she threatened during the primaries to do the same.
Nobody wants to see Biden no more. They want Trump. I'm chopped liver. Well, if you want Trump, this is what I'll give you. A little bit of weed mixed with some hard liquor. Some vodka that'll jumpstart my heart quicker than a shot when I get shot at the hospital by the doctor. When I'm not cooperating. When I'm rocking the table, well, he's operating. You ain't in this mood, now stop debating. Cause I'm back, I'm only red and ovulating. I know that you got a job, Miss Pelosi, but your husband's heart problem complicating. So the FCC won't let me be, or let me be me, so let me see. They might have shut me down on Mocklin Herd, but it feels so empty without me. So come on and blow on your lips, fuck that, chop on your lips and some of your tits and get ready, cause this shit's about to get heavy. Just settle all the lawsuits. Fuck you, Nancy. Now, this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, cause we need little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me. I said this looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, cause we need little controversy, cause it feels so empty without me.
American politics is really heating up. The debate today, Kamala versus Donald Trump. We've all been waiting for it. Watch it live on X with me and DiligentDenizen. We're doing a marathon space today. American politics is really heating up. The debate today, Kamala versus Donald Trump. We've all been waiting for it. Watch it live on X with me and DiligentDenizen. We're doing a marathon space today.
In states where abortion is not going away. It's legislation. It's been there for 30 years. It's not going anywhere. But what they want you to vote on are the amendments. And one of the biggest amendments will be to remove parental rights, to allow minors to get trans counseling, medications, hormone blockers, whatever the case may be. So I hope that he hones in on that, because that's a very real issue. And it actually was just voted on today in my county by the county council, and it passed. And people are not aware. Parents are finally waking up, but they don't even know that that's underneath that umbrella. So people are going to go thinking they're all pious, checking, oh yes, I want reproductive rights for women. Check yes. No, you just signed away your parental rights. So yeah, I hope that, and regarding the border, all he has to say is, I wouldn't have, not one American should have been killed due to an illegal alien coming over the border. Not one. And we've had hundreds so far.
Who, continue to sort of push on that TDS button, right? Like he's unhinged and a threat to democracy. But from a policy perspective, at least from my point of view, I really don't know where he could go wrong, right? It seems like the policies that he is for, everyone on the right is for them, everyone in the center is for them, and everyone on the left is against them, except for the ones that Kamala sort of adopted herself, right? Not taxing tips is probably a good one for her base, so she jumped all over that one, right? But I don't know anything that is unknown about Trump at this point. I think, I forget who said it, someone said it maybe like 15, 20 minutes ago, that Kamala still has a lot of unknowns. Right? Like there's a lot of her history as a governor of California that the folks watching this, unless they are from California,
prosecutor,
my bad. Right. So she was a prosecutor in California.
And senator.
Prostitute.
Right. So and there's the history of, like we already said in this space, locking up people for petty drug charges. I don't think that that'll go over real well with her base either. So I don't know. I can't really think of anything specifically that Trump could say that would really mess him up other than losing his cool. That's my 2 cents.
And Penny, if I could just jump in on what you just said there, I think it's actually really interesting that you brought up the prosecutor angle. I'm pretty sure a lot of people here saw the video late last week that Steven Crowder broke, exposing the Alvin Bragg case. I don't know if, I'm assuming most people saw that. Basically, you have someone in the high ups of the Southern District of New York, which is a branch, the most important branch of the Justice Department, admitting on camera that all the stuff that Alvin Bragg and Fani Willis, but specifically Alvin Bragg, has done to Trump is literally lawfare, perversion of justice, and a disgrace to the system. He said that clearly, and not only did he say that I think he's a chief of public affairs there, he also said that he's known Alvin Bragg for 15 years because he worked in the same office as Alvin Bragg for 15 years. So this is a guy who's a top federal government employee in a prosecutorial office in New York, who's known Alvin Bragg for 15 years and literally absolutely lambasted the entire case. So I think that for the debate, I think Trump might talk about it. It's possible because he was talking about it several times in the last few days. But the other thing is, if Kamala tries to come at him with that attack line that she's a prosecutor and that Trump is a felon, not only do we all know that's already false, not only do we know that's false, he now has evidence from an employee of Kamala's DOJ. It is literally Kamala's Justice Department, a top employee in her own department, and on camera admitting that it's lawfare. So if anything, I think if Kamala's still gonna try to do that, I think it's the best chance Trump ever had to correct the record and end that felon narrative that they try to run. The guy even said, by the way, that the whole purpose, this is a quote from the guy too, He literally said the whole purpose of prosecuting Trump was to make him a felon because they knew it would hurt his candidacy. That was the plan. But then he said, in the end, it backfired on Democrats because it just helped Trump grow in the polls. So it's actually crazy. If anyone hasn't watched that, I would definitely recommend watching it. It's a bombshell video. So I just want to put that out there.
Another issue that maybe I missed it if someone brought it up earlier, but would it be helpful for Trump to really sort of like drill in on the whole border czar thing, right? I mean, the border has been such a tragic situation over the past, few years, really. It was only brought to my attention more specifically in the past year, right? I think the first that I heard anything of it recently, since Trump's last presidency, was when Ashley St. Clair was in the line. I think it was at America Airlines, and she first broke the story that all the migrants, were being flown from the NGOs from one city to another. I thought that was sort of very eye-opening. The fact that she was border czar throughout all of this, it seems like there's not a whole lot of talking going on about that. Is it a dead issue, or is that one that has teeth, do you think? Mario, I was sending it back to you if you have an opinion on that. Otherwise, we'll go to Jen next.
Well,
I guess I'll chime in on it. I think.
Go ahead, Diligent. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's not a dead issue for Trump. He brings it up at every chance that he gets at the interviews, at his rallies. He labels her the border czar every chance he gets, and I think that we'll see that again tonight. Now, with that being said, if you go back through and you watch the clips of Biden naming her responsible and sending her, the buck stops with her for the southern border, nothing, she's the one in the room, nothing goes by her in the room, then, he can label her as the de facto border czar. What I think we might see, and I think this will be interesting if ABC does it, is try to salvage that. Like, oh, well, she wasn't really called the border czar specifically. And if you go through and you research, she actually technically wasn't called the border czar. Her predecessor was actually labeled specifically border czar, right? And then that predecessor either resigned or was removed. I can't remember. She took over that role, right? And they try to position her as some kind of diplomat that's going to go to all of these third world countries and get them and get to the root causes, which we've seen how that works so well. If anything, I think they probably went over there and gave them money to facilitate the movement of these people into our country even faster. The evidence speaks for itself. We can argue about that later. But my point is that I would really want to see how the moderators do with that, because she owns what happens at the border. In 2021, in March of 2021, Biden is on record with her sitting next to him saying that she is responsible for clearing up the mess at the southern border because she was getting so much backlash, or he was getting so much backlash, even from the mainstream media, about the number of migrants pouring into the country at that point in time. So it'll be interesting to see how that's handled. I believe Trump will definitely nail that point home, but whether or not the moderators really allow for it is going to be an entirely different question. And while we're talking about it, before we move on, we have Anthony Aguero up here, who is a border journalist that I actually visited the border with about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, as did Penny. And I want to get your thoughts, Anthony. How important do you think it is that Trump drives home the point of what's happening at our southern border right now?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Thank you for having me, D. Yeah, I'm out here right now, currently on the California southern border, and it's just we're finding even more of what we found when we were down here 2 weeks ago, D. We're finding different locations, more breach points, and I'm gonna go as far as here in about an hour. I'm gonna be grabbing some content of like a rape den that we came across last night, and it's just gruesome. The Mexican National Guard actually went ghost on us last night. They turned off all of their lights, and you guys were out here with me. You know how bright their encampment is, and their light shines light onto the American side. Well, last night they were not having it. They just turned off all of their lights on us. They were flashing us with what appeared to be some kind of light or laser for a minute, and then they just completely went ghost. And obviously you have the cars on the American side driving around. It's no man's land. And here I'm about to upload, if it's okay with you guys, I'll upload onto the space here, onto the stage, a video of where the wall is non-existent and the Mexican National Guard is just turning a blind eye. April Sparks is out here with me, and she actually found Haitian migrant IDs being dumped right next to the Mexican National Guard encampment. So they are turning a blind eye. The cat eaters are coming in right in front of the Mexican. They're not doing anything about it.
Well, the cat eaters were actually given a pass by Harris a little while back. That came out. We need to accept. She had made some. That they had made some room for them to accept 50 to 100,000 Haitian migrants, and we see the results of that. And as you say, on the Mexico side, they're not doing anything to try to stop these Haitians from coming in. As a matter of fact, they are facilitating the movement of these people through their country, because I imagine that the Mexicans probably want to keep their pets. Just saying. Hang out, Anthony. Of course, you can throw that up in the Jumbotron.
Starts at 2 a.m. and for 4 television channels to be broadcasting it, this is really big news. It's quite extraordinary. There have also been 2 documentaries that are going out about Trump, neither of which is positive. Very, very biased stuff that is going out at the moment, mainly about the criminal aspects that he's been accused of. But I think there is one thing that I haven't heard a lot of people talk about on the stage, which I'm very intrigued about why, which is the solidity of the relationship that Donald Trump has with the major world leaders. The fact that he can walk into a room with the G7 leaders and shake hands and get their respect, and they may not like him, but they may fear him, but they will listen to him. They have respect for him. And I see nothing about Kamala's interaction or any sort of understanding that any other world leader would even listen to the woman. I just find it a really powerful thing that Trump has on his side. And I'm curious as to why nobody's brought it up. The second thing, obviously, I'm a macroeconomist from Chase Manhattan originally. Nobody seems to have brought up the deep economic stuff. Is it the case that in the United States, you don't bring that sort of detail up? Is it considered too micro? You've got interest rates that are incredibly, ridiculously holding up the rest of the G7. Canada and Europe have dropped theirs. Why don't you talk economics? Is it something that's not done? I'd love to know. Thank you very much for letting me talk. Diligent, you're a star.
Well, I mean, it is curious that nobody brought up economic policy too much. I was in a space earlier and George Santos asked me, what 2 things do I want to hear talked about the most during the debate? And it was economic policy and the border. Those are 2 winning issues that everyday Americans can relate to. They can see what's happening. It's all over the news, what's happening with the migrants that are here, killing, raping our children, eating our pets, crime rampant because of them, right? And also, right, in the inner cities, the migrants are giving preferential treatment over the minorities who were traditionally Democrat voters. So a lot of these minorities feel betrayed by the Democrats. And I think that, if Trump can do a good job of honing in on these 2 major issues, both economic policy and the border, He can't. He could just sit here and every time they ask him a question, his answer should be, look at what's happening with the border. Look what's happening with immigration right now. Look how horrible it is. Look what's happening with inflation right now. Look at the household median income has dropped over $8,000 underneath the Harris administration. Credit card debt is at record levels. And inflation, the stretch of the dollar at the grocery store is very diminished. Every time he should be responding with these answers, regardless of the question that's asked of him. And I think that he will drive his point home. I think economics is huge, plays a huge role in what we should be seeing tonight. And I'm going to let Jen go ahead and speak on that. I guess if you are actually there, Jen, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Sorry. I was in the other room and I couldn't get back to my phone fast enough. But you brought up George Santos' space, and when he asked me that question, right, and I'm so glad Millie brought it up in here, is the Israel-Palestine issue. And you guys know this is usually a topic I don't like to really talk about because there's really like no winning when you're arguing against people killing each other, right? Except in the case of Kamala Harris, right? Because on one side of the coin, right, she has the intense Israel or the Gaza protesters, right, who even if she gives a tiny bit to Israel are out there calling her, you know, genocide Kamala, genocide Joe, they're supporting genocide. We can never elect her because she is supporting genocide, right? And then on the other side of the liberal or the Democrat Party, you have a lot of Jewish Americans who are Democrat for whatever reason. I can't figure it out, right? But like they are Democrat. AIPAC, very, very Democrat, right? So if you're going to push her on that issue, because honestly, Donald Trump's position on Israel is well known. He moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, something that leaders for decades, right, had promised they were going to do, and he actually got it done, right? But he's also taken the position of just stop the killing, right? Stop killing innocent people. He didn't say which innocent people, right? He just said stop killing innocent people, and he's made his stance well known. And Kamala is faltering on this, and she has the ability to piss off two huge parts of the Democrat base tonight if she doesn't take that question carefully.
%. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to run the the video here. Yeah, you know, you brought up that point of the Israel-Palestine point. I always try to avoid talking about it, but it is something that does divide the left. And to your point, Trump has a very stern position. He's an avid Israel supporter. And that is, you know, it's even a little bit of a divisive topic on the right, but not nearly as much as it is on the left. We see that it's apparent with all of the protests. Even the DNC wasn't free of their own people coming in and protesting during that, during some of their speeches. Go ahead, Jen, and then we'll go to Millie.
Yeah, I mean, there's never been a point where Donald Trump was out there saying, you know, like, we need to not, you know, go after Palestine and we need to support. No. His stance on Israel has been very, very clear. His relationship with Bibi Netanyahu goes back before he was even president, right? So he has had a very long history of being pro-Israel. However, Kamala Harris, right, in a normal year, right, they would be able to float this line where, you know, they do their AIPAC thing and Gaza and all of that's kind of quiet, so we don't got to discuss it. Except she has two very, very loud portions of that party literally at war with each other and ready to like kill each other. So if she doesn't thread that needle between the two of them, she could lose both of them. And both, like the Palestine people might never go to Trump, but we don't need them. But the pro-Israel group, right, because they are a lot of them, right, not speaking for all, of course, but they Israel first, right? So if that's what they want, I mean, Donald Trump has a proven record of standing with the state of Israel while also putting America first. I don't think that he has quite the needle to thread on this issue that Kamala Harris does.
I agree. Go ahead, Millie.
Yeah, so I was going to just add to that, like, he could really emphasize his peace through strength and how he didn't have any, like, violent wars and bloodshed going on while he was president, and that had he been president, you know, October 7th would have never happened because he made, I think it was Hezbollah in Iran weak, which Hezbollah, you know, kind of helped embolden the Hamas and all these other things. He could
Lebanon.
go there and he could talk about how it wouldn't have happened under him, yet the way they handled it, it was a disaster, and they allowed for things to get way out of control, and, you know, all these Palestinian babies to be killed under your watch because of your failed policies and your failed leadership. And I think that it would actually, like, he would have to be, like, kind of delicate in how he says it, but at the same time, I think that whichever way she broaches the subject of Palestine, just as Jen was saying, she's going to screw herself, whichever way she goes. And I think that's why, if you notice that, like, her and her campaign are really careful to kind of stay as far away from that subject as possible. And the biggest embarrassment of the Democrat Party right now has been their own people protesting them. So if she goes out there in the debate and she says something that actually really gets out underneath these people's skin on the issue, it could make that much, much worse right before the election. So, you know, just thinking about that. And I agree with Jen on it.
Completely agree. I have a few questions from the comments, one for Penny and one for Diligent. Penny, Pro says in the comments, is there anything Trump will do when he is elected that can get us out of our national debt?
Well, I think the number one thing that Trump can do to get us out of the national debt is to create the Doge department, right? Get Elon in charge of government efficiency. I can't imagine anything humanly possible that would be better for getting our crappy ass economy and our awful deficit. I mean, like, look at what he did at X. Right? They're now at like some small fraction of the employees that they had before, and the site is getting more features. It's operating better, right? It is like peaking out at a maximum amount of efficiency, and he's set that track record at Tesla and SpaceX and everywhere else he's gone. So to answer your question, I think he already has that plan. We know the man to put in charge of that job. There is no one better at it. So I actually, you know, I'm excited enough to have Trump win just because I want Kamala to lose so bad. But the team that he's bringing with him, right, between making America healthy again and bring Elon on board, and I was been really impressed with Vivek throughout, you know, the past few months. You know, I just get more and more excited. But the Elon Doge department, I mean, that's like really super hard to beat.
Do you think we'll see some mass government layoffs, like from government workers?
Well, Elon was on the All In pod yesterday, and Jason Calacanis, who is, you know, on the left wing, asked him a question about, you know, where exactly he thought the meat was. And his answer was, what, do you want me to get assassinated before I even get a chance? Right. You know, I think that there's a lot of government workers cuts, you know, 2, 3, 4%, single digit cuts each year for 4 years. You know, I don't know if that's going to get us where we want to be. Personally, I'd rather take an axe quickly to all of our, you know, awful spending that we're doing, but I'll take what we can get, right? If we're moving in the right direction, that's definitely going to make me happy.
I completely agree. And then there's one more question I have for Diligent. Noda says in the comments, is there a reason why all the Democrats are avoiding the spaces? Are they scared?
No, they're not scared. Some of them are hosting their own spaces. There's a lot of people doing live feed commentaries. And then I have competing spaces that are trying to pull them into there as well, right? So I do have a couple of Democrats signed up, but you got to remember, we're still, you know, 2.5 hours away before the beginning of the debate. So not all of them are as hardcore as this fucking badass panel right here. We all know that. One of them explicitly said he sits down to pee, so take that as you will. But my point is that they will be here. I promised one of them that they could co-host later on when we have a debate about the debate or as we're watching it. I said, to be fair, I would allow one of the Democrats to moderate the space. And so when they come, I will allow that, to be fair. And so, yeah, they're going to come. I don't think it's out of fear. I think it's just because there's so much going on tonight. It's a big news.
But Diligent, who pees sitting down? I got another answer to that question.
He said
Brian.
He said it publicly in a space. It's Brian with an I, with a Y, not an I. No, they both have I's. It's not a Krasenstein. It's the other Brian with the, well, I was going to say high-pitched voice, but I guess they all have a high-pitched voice. But it was the Brian that wears glasses, not a Krasenstein. He says that it's more hygienical to sit down to pee or something like that. It was said as a joke, and then he owned up to it. You know,
I think he said it was most comfortable to sit down to pee, but that's just odd.
I'm not going to disparage him. You know, whatever floats your boat. It's just kind of I guess a fun fact, if you will.
No, it's because his boyfriend gets mad when he pees.
The bottom right corner, repost the space. I don't want to derail the conversation, but yeah, Democrats will be allowed to jump in on the conversation throughout the evening. And let's like, we had a really good conversation with them earlier. I don't want to get sucked into personal attacks the entire time. I think that this being so close to the election, that we really need to focus on getting our messaging out there. It is fun to troll. We can always do that during the week. But on big nights like tonight, I think we really need to hammer home the policy issues and show the American people why it's important that, from my perspective, Donald Trump is the one that's elected this year. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, so another foreign policy issue that I think would, depending how it's phrased, right, is the Afghanistan Abbey Gate issue. And then the Abbey Gate families coming out and having to issue those videos because the Democrats tried to undermine Trump with that interaction and say that he was using it as a press, like a campaign fundraiser thing, right? Like something he could fundraise off of. But the truth is that those families and Gold Star families to a very, very large extent have been ignored by this administration. We saw Biden, you know, at Andrews Air Force Base waiting for those hostages to come back. And he was falling asleep, looking at his watch, like making it known that he didn't want to be there. And going back to the Israel-Gaza issue for a second, I think the Democrats have a huge problem on their hands. Is the fact that you had, I can't remember the guy's name, Graham or something. I know I'm butchering it. Anyways, he was one of the hostages from October 7th. And those hostages had been alive up until a couple days ago. And why did we leave American hostages in a war zone and just continue to, you know, let them be there when we were sitting there building piers for Hamas, pretty much, because they are the ones running Gaza. So why does this administration hate the military so much? Why did the Democrats parade those hostages' families out on the stage where the mother was wearing a 300-day tape on her shirt to say how long her son, you know, had been held hostage? And then right before they get there a couple days ago, they go and they slaughter all the hostages, and it doesn't even make a blip on the news. And the fact that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris didn't come out, I don't care what side they were on, they were still American hostages in a war zone, right? We don't leave people behind and then go build Navy piers. Very shitty, by the way. It ended up falling into the ocean. Shows, you know, Build Back Better, Joe. But the stuff that's going on in Venezuela, right? You have Maduro leaving, And it's a open secret that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris released a large sum of money to Maduro right before that election, which gave him the ability to steal that election like he did. And that's why he's running like a little bitch right now.
So another one, if I could just jump in here, is I think it would be interesting if Trump brought up the fact that this administration under Biden and Kamala was essentially caught censoring Americans' free speech on social media, working with, pressuring social media sites to censor people, like on X, for example, or Twitter. It was Twitter, right? If he brought up the fact that they were an administration of censorship, and how even, before the election, his campaign was pushing to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story, saying that it was fake. I think they said it was fake Russian disinfo, which later came out in Hunter Biden's trial that was vindicated that it was authentic.
Yeah, the censorship issue is such a huge one for me. My sense is that it is for a lot of people on the middle, maybe folks who would potentially vote for Kamala, but they just can't see our Constitution lit on fire. Right. So I would really, and I would actually hope that there are even some people on the left that feel that way. Right. I know that maybe the left is a little bit less pro free speech than the right these days. But the left was the free speech party. And you got to think that just being an American, you have some pride in the Constitution. I hope that they make that a hot issue today. Shane, what do you think?
Thanks, Penny. Yeah, I think there's a lot of pitfalls for Kamala, and I think most of them have been covered, but I want to piggyback off of what Millie said. If you think back to what screwed Hillary when she was going up against Trump, other than the fact the media just decided for whatever reason to make the entire election the Trump show, to me, the two things that really stand out was Benghazi and that email server. As far as what triggered the center, people in the middle just weren't happy with how Benghazi was handled by the left, or with almost the censorship issue of that day, which was that email server, right? It's the idea that they can just, burn whatever they want, hide whatever they want. I mean, it's just like, it's like what they're doing on X and the rest of social media during that time period before Elon took over. So back to what Millie had said, I mean, you've got what's going on in Gaza, right? I mean, that parallels the left being unhappy with what happened in Benghazi. And when I say the left, I don't mean the far left. I mean the center left, the more moderates in the middle. I think it's enough to keep people home, like she said. I mean, when you deal with social media, look at what happened with the email server, and you look at Benghazi and Gaza, those two things, it's like they're happening all over again.
Jen, go ahead.
Always catch me when I'm away from my screen.
Don't leave your hand up and then walk away from the phone.
I didn't that time. I was actually responding to the room, so it'll get sent out more and it'll repost. So listen here, Diligent. Doing my job. I totally forgot what I was going to say, so I'll just jump back in.
Money Penny, what's up?
So a headline has just come out about Kennedy making a change of mind minutes before the Trump-Kamala debate goes live. I can't verify the truth of this, but it is in a major national newspaper in the UK, which is the Daily Mail. So the headline is, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announces drastic shift in the Trump and Harris debate. Long story short, it basically says that when he pulled out partially of the presidential race last month and gave his supporters the okay to go ahead and back Trump in all the key swing states, he basically was pulling out of certain states, and there was questions saying that he was struggling because he was finding it difficult sort of on an organizational basis to pull out of some. But it says, on Tuesday, ahead of the Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris's first on-stage meeting, the new former independent presidential candidate has changed his tune. Bottom line, no matter what state you live in, vote Trump, Kennedy advised in a post on X. A Trump victory is a Kennedy victory. However, in a linked video, he said, the only way that we can get me in and everything I stand for into Washington, D.C. and fulfill the mission that motivated my campaign. Then there's a quote saying he is attempting to challenge President Joe Biden by standing and doing it in swing voter territory. Now, I'm not an American. I haven't been through the 3 pages that this article goes through, but it might be worth looking at. And it was actually the question I was going to ask before I even saw this article pop up, was the Kennedy factor. Do you think it is in the interest of Kamala to bring up Kennedy during the debate tonight? And is it in the interest of Donald Trump to do so? Thank you.
Why, let me send that back to you. Why would it be in Kamala's interest to bring up Kennedy?
Because she will throw in the crazy vaccine, mad tinfoil hat wearing that Trump has, hugged up with the people that are, the lunatics that have, stopped people taking vaccines and saving lives. I'm sure that will come into it at some point.
I personally, go ahead, Mario.
No, I was gonna say, I mean, I kind of lean your way also, Penny. Like, I think there is obviously some things that she can try to attack on, but on the RFK angle, I don't personally think that the vaccine issue is, even amongst, like, as you've seen over the years, like with all the information that's come out in the last few years about the vaccines, there's so many people that took it that regret it now, so I don't think that's a winning issue anymore. Like, I think Democrats want to pretend like COVID didn't happen. Like, I actually think that most Democrats want to pretend, because what they did was so unforgivable. Honestly, I think the COVID era with Democrats was so unforgivable. I don't think they ever want to bring that up. And another reason they don't want to bring up RFK is because it does strengthen that argument that Trump can appeal to independents and moderates, and a Kennedy family member is moved away from the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party is unrecognizable. So I think that angle is horrible for them. What Democrats are going to continue to do, which what they did in the DNC, is they're going to try to continue that angle of, oh, look at these Republicans that can't stand Trump and are voting for Kamala, like Dick Cheney and Adam Kinzinger. And like, you know what I mean? We all know those people are worthless, but there is a group of, I say some people that will buy into like, oh, even for Republicans, Trump is too extreme or too horrible. So, they might lean on that angle of, anti-Trump Republicans and rhinos. But I don't think that they would ever lean into the Tulsi Gabbards or the RFKs, because that just strengthens the point that Trump can appeal to different groups. And it's not just this far right, MAGA extremists that support Trump. Trump appeals to a whole range of people. And I don't think Kamala is going to reinforce that.
If they were smart, they would really play on that last part for his closing statement. If he brought up RFK and Tulsi Gabbard, that would be a nail in the coffin. If he can have the very last message that the American people hear be unity from Trump, Maha and MAGA and unity, bro, that's a winner for them. I really hope, God, please, if someone is listening that can tell Trump, have the last message be unity and highlight Tulsi Gabbard and RFK signing off on him. Dude, that's a home run. That is a home run.
And to that point also, I mean, I hope that Trump reminds the public that he almost got assassinated. And his immediate response once he got assassinated was exactly what you just said, Diligent, which is unity. He didn't go and say, let's go kill all Democrats. He said, let's unite as a country. We can't have political violence, right? So I love that line he said the day after the attempt, where he's like, I literally took a bullet for democracy. So like, whenever Kamala comes and tries to say that Trump is a threat to democracy, I want Trump to say, I actually took a bullet for democracy and I called for unity after that. I think he should lean into that and remind people, when the media's trying to bury, that they literally try to assassinate him and Google try to remove that from their search bar. We need to remind people that they literally try to kill the guy.
I think that there's almost there's almost zero downsides to RFK from my point of view, right? And I'll use Polymarket as evidence. On the day before RFK was announced as, I guess, endorsing Trump and a potential member of his cabinet, it was a tie or even a slight lead by Kamala. I think it was 50-50, and she had a tiny, tiny edge, a fraction of a percentage, right? And when you look at Polymarket today, just maybe 2 weeks later, Trump has a huge lead. It's 52% to 46%. So he's now up by over 6%, right? Like, that's a really, really big deal. And I attribute a lot of that to the Make America Healthy Again, right? I think that that's one of those issues that isn't really, it hasn't traditionally been a political issue. It's been, I mean, I guess like Michelle Obama tried to make it a political issue a long time ago, but she wasn't really successful with it. I think America wasn't ready for it yet, right? But I think we've had another decade to understand, what all this ultra processed food is doing to us, and I love to see that being a part of the platform, is that we're going to confront that. I think RFK taking on that role brings a whole army of new people as potential supporters for MAGA. So I think he should lean in on it, and I love Diligent's idea of sort of making it a closing statement, like, hey, look what we did recently. We're uniting Democrats, we're uniting Republicans, right? We're going to make America great again. We're going to make America healthy again. I can't imagine, a better value add, because it's just so much different than what Trump traditionally brought to the table. Go ahead, Dustin.
Well, so on the democracy issue, I want Donald Trump, right? I think it makes sense to bring up the assassination, of course. But on the democracy issue, he just needs to ask Kamala how many votes she won to become the Democrat nominee. And when did she realize that Joe Biden wasn't going to be fit for prime time? Because I think that the destruction of the whole defender of democracy, the fact that she's been installed without winning a single vote, and the disdain that it shows for Democrat voters of her installation, I think is a powerful winning issue that plays into the RFK thing. So I've been putting it like this. This is the Red Sox. This is the equivalent of the Red Sox trading Babe Ruth to the Yankees, which is we're sending the neocons and Dick Cheney to the Democrats, and in return, we are getting RFK and the Make America Healthy Again, like health nuts. You want to talk about like all-time winning trades? Like, you get one of the most hated people on like ever, like somebody whose reputation, I actually think it might be funny for Trump to bring up the Dick Cheney endorsement at some point. Like, I think there would be a good way for him to be able to work that in. But this is the kind of like just political realignment trade that is almost too good to be true. And if there was one thing that happened in 2016 that didn't happen in 2020, it was the addition of the Bernie Bros in 2016, right? The disaffected people who like were disenfranchised based on the dictatorial way that Democrats run their primaries and stole the election for Hillary Clinton. Now imagine like if you are a Democrat who wanted anybody but Biden, they completely denied you the ability to vote for anybody else, knowing that he was not fit to be able to run for office and hold office for another 4 years. So they literally said, you are too stupid to have a choice. Here is your pick, the cackler in chief, Kamala over her face. No, it is terrible. And it shows real disrespect and disdain for their own voters. And I want Trump, as part of the RFK thing, to make sure that he emphasizes that over and over, that Kamala Harris did not earn her right to be on stage. And one of my favorite Trump debate moments of all time was the first debate. He comes out on stage. There's 16 presidential candidates. Donald Trump is in the middle. Way at the end is Rand Paul. And they give Rand Paul a question. He gives like the typical libertarian Republican answer. And then they go to Donald Trump. He's like, I don't know why that little guy on the end is allowed to be on stage. I don't believe he had the right numbers and has earned his way up here on the big boy table. So, Rand, I love you, buddy, but next time you've got to earn your seat at the big boy table. I want him to go after Kamala directly for not having earned the way everybody else would have to her position, and maybe even turn it into like full, like if DEI comes up, like basically annihilating Kamala Harris for the fact that she's up there and she was placed there without having to go through the same and equal and fair process as everybody else. I think that could be a strong attack vector as far as combating some of the ridiculousness that we should expect from Kamala as far as playing the victim over and over again and identity politics.
I love the point that you made about the democracy angle. I think that's actually perfect. I think, like, you know, I've never seen in my life the Democrats in so much disarray as they were back in July when they were trying to coup Biden out and he was refusing to go out. So I think Trump needs to put that at the center and say, who's behind the coup? When did you know that Biden was senile? How many votes did you get? Is it true that you never got any delegates in 2020 when you ran before? Why do you think you can just install yourself now? Why did Obama take days to endorse you? Was he not sure that you could run? Was Obama not sure that you could beat me in a race? I think that all of those questions about exactly the whole coup that unfolded in July and detail and make her respond and at least hear just the insanity that it was among Democrats, Obama, Nancy Pelosi, all of that. I think the whole country needs to be reminded just how slimy and how corrupt these people are in the Democratic Party. I think that's an essential point.
Well, I think one of their favorite topics to hit on is J.D. Vance and the vice presidential pick. And I mean, Tim Walz is a prime candidate for Trump to hit his stolen valor, the $250 million that's missing from the COVID funds in the state of Minnesota that is currently under investigation where they know fraud took place. And the back doors to that fraud were purposely left open. They were warned about that, but the governor, Tim Walz, signed that bill to get those payments to supposedly kids, but that money never went there. So $250 million missing at the hands of Tim Walz. You also have the transgender thing. But you also have that, Donald Trump eradicated ISIS. ISIS was gone and he had, that situation under control. And since then, we have seen the resurgence of ISIS where a Taylor Swift concert in Geneva, Switzerland was targeted where they were going to drive cars into the crowd outside, get out of the cars and start mowing down the crowd. And this really shows that there is a huge problem with terrorism in this world. And when you have Tim Walz, changing the Minnesota flag to resemble a Somali flag, as well as Minneapolis, Minnesota being the #1 ISIS recruiting center in this nation, you have him favoring Muslims and extremists. There is so many things that they can hit Walz on that, J.D. Vance is a stand-up decorated soldier Marine for our country who actually went into a war zone.
If you look, Donald Trump's plane just landed and they are showing them walk off live in Philadelphia right now. I was actually away from the screen, so I didn't see if he had already come out. It looks like he may have. But Donald Trump, the Eagle has landed, ladies and gentlemen. Pennsylvania just got a lot more based. There is some of his family. We saw
Corey
his wife.
Lewandowski.
There is
Trump.
Tulsi Gabbard right there. Matt Gaetz just walked out. So yeah, we already know. Dude, oh, there's bro, bunch of legends
Jason
just came
Miller.
off the plane. A bunch of legends just came off the plane. But Tulsi Gabbard was likely
Morris.
if Tulsi Gabbard was likely prepping him on the way over here, and she annihilated Harris in their last debate. I cannot wait to see what happens there. Go ahead, Jen, and then we'll go to Millie, and then Apothecary.
You think they're putting Tulsi in the front row to mean mug Kamala and intimidate her?
Definitely. Oh well, no, they're not allowed. They're not allowed to be in the. There's no audience. They'll be in the back. I think. I don't think that they're allowed to have an audience at all. Not during the debate.
I don't think there's an audience, and Tulsi has actually been prepping Trump as part of his debate team this whole time. So I mean, if there's a person who could represent Kamala Harris, right? Because she was, what was she, vice chair of the DNC? So she knows the lingo. She knows how, she's been around her in person. And then if there's someone who's destroyed Kamala Harris on a debate stage, it is Tulsi Gabbard. And I think her being around Trump and being part of that debate prep is going to be a huge part of this. That can't be understated.
I just saw Terrence Williams in the audience. Penny, if you can request, or if you can get him up here, if you see him, I'll try to make some room if we need it. Looks like we're good right now. Go ahead, Millie.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring up another thing I think Trump should definitely touch on in relation to the attempted assassination, and that is the fact that Joe Biden's administration worked to try to make it so that he wasn't going to have the proper Secret Service detail and protections that would have prevented that situation from happening, as well as the fact that they worked to deny Secret Service protections for RFK Jr., who he is the nephew of John F. Kennedy, a beloved Democrat, historical political figure who was assassinated. I would definitely bring that up because it would bring up the nostalgia for some of the older Democrats that witnessed that whole thing go down and that know very much about the shooting of John F. Kennedy and how the Democrats actively worked to make his nephew vulnerable to another assassination, and the fact that we actually did have an service protection.
And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind everybody, this is a video space. I am streaming the video feed live from ABC right now. So if you are on Android, you can actually view the video by logging in through the web on your browser on your phone or on a PC. So everybody can watch the video of the debate in the space with us in real time. You don't have to go anywhere else. You can stay right here. Tell your friends, tell your family. You can be watching it in XSpaces. You can also use the new XTV app to watch the space and the debate live on your television by going that route. So I just want to let everybody know that. Stay tuned because we'll be streaming the debate live into the space when it comes that time. And you can obviously see the Trump caravan leaving there on the video. So we're going to watch all of the events leading up to the debate as well. Go ahead, Apothecary. Thanks for that, Millie.
Hey there, thanks. It's exciting. So I'm loving the space with the video in it. So thanks for hosting this. As a longtime health nut and follower of RFK Jr. for really kind of almost 20 years, I was thrilled to see the MAGA emerge from the Trump-Kennedy alliance. Regarding the debate tonight, I'm really kind of been on pins and needles about this. I'm hoping and praying that Trump sticks to policy as much as he possibly can. I'm quite a fan of the mean tweets. I always thought that they were very entertaining. But I'm concerned that if there are still fence sitters out there, as more and more people move towards Trump, especially like the Kennedy supporters and so forth, or people that are even undecided, I think that the fence sitters might perceive Orange Man mean tweeting Kamala tonight in the debate, and that we gain her some sympathy votes. Poor woman of color. He's such an authoritarian Nazi, and look, this proves it. So I'm hoping that maybe we'll see a debate where he kind of leverages policy over personal things in the debate. That's just kind of where I'm sitting on this, and I'm anxious to see, of course, what will happen. And as a woman of color, I would never feel sorry for her about that. I'll just tell you. But thanks for letting me share my thoughts there.
Well, also, I think that a lot of the Democrat strategy or her debate prep is going to be to try to get him to go into the personal attacks, right? I feel like that's probably where he feels like they're going to have the most traction with be making her a victim. 100% agree on that. I think, but I also think that the Trump campaign is well aware of those tactics. I've heard the mainstream media even saying that. If you look at the screen, even some of this pre-debate coverage that's happening on ABC, some of the reporters have said that they're going to see, the biggest thing is if Trump will be able to stay on policy and not on personal attacks. They keep repeating it. I have the sound turned off right now, but the captions are going, so you can still kind of see what's being said right there. And as a woman of color, I also hope that he stays away from the subject.
Wait, what? Did you just say you're a woman of color?
I was just joking. It was a joke, Jen.
He just identified.
I was joking.
Yeah, he identifies as one. That's what's happening here.
Hey,
I identify as a gay woman of color, a lesbian woman of color. Okay, that's awkward enough. Let's go to Mario. Mario, I got a question for you. Do you think that there's a potential that ABC will bring up any of these global events? Brazil has been in the news a lot lately. The censorship there, what's happening with X. Do you think that ABC will ask that question, or if there's a possibility Trump might bring it up at all?
I doubt ABC would, because they probably are in favor of what is happening to X in Brazil, because so X is the new media, and they hate that, right? They want to be the media, but they're not anymore. So I don't think ABC is going to try to prop that up. I think there is an angle for Trump to bring it up. I don't know if he will, because there's so much you can talk about. But an angle that he can hit Kamala on is, what is the State Department doing about an American company that is being targeted by Brazil, a regime that she and Biden propped up in 2022 against Bolsonaro? What is the State Department going to do when an American company is literally banned from a country for following that country's law, and you enabled that regime? Has your position changed on the regime now? What, or are you going to say that you're in favor of what happened to X in Brazil, right? So absolutely, I think there's an angle, and I think that Kamala would be completely unprepared to answer that question. I don't think that Kamala wouldn't expect Trump to go down that route, but I think that Trump could hit that angle on the State Department for sure on Kamala, because they are responsible for what Brazil has turned into to a large extent. So on that front, I think that is could be interesting. But again, I don't think he will, not because he doesn't want to, but because there's just so much that Trump can focus on and talk about, that I don't know if it will be able to get to that point.
I hope that Trump goes more on the offense than the defense.
What do you mean by that? On policy or personal attacks? Was that Millie? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It was Millie.
What I mean by that is essentially that, sorry, we're getting food. What I mean by that is that essentially, hold on, sorry guys.
I'll come back to you. Go ahead, Jen. And then I want to welcome Breaking 4 News onto the stage. If you guys don't know, Breaking 4 News is a young independent journalist on this platform. He doesn't get paid for what he does. He just does it purely out of passion for journalism. So make sure you're giving him a follow. It's the red PFP up on stage. Turn notifications on. That way you get alerted whenever he puts a post out. I'm going to let Jen go, and then Breaking 4, I'll let you do your pre-cap, if you will. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, I mean,
really quick, though, oh, sorry. I was going to answer the question before I forget it. I fall victim to that, forgetting stuff after it like slips my mind. So what I meant by that was essentially that he should go out and be essentially dominating the conversation by attacking her on specific issues. Many of the issues that we touched in to go on the attack on, versus Trump does sometimes have a tendency to get very defensive. And like the last debate where he's defending his age and he's talking about his golfing, he's like he'll get into this mode where he's defending himself against all of their attacks, saying he's bad and this, that, and the other. So I mean, like, he needs to be more on the attack with specific issues against them and not so much worried about defending himself against their baloney.
Right on. Go ahead, Jen, and then we'll go to Breaking.
Yeah, I mean, I could see. All right, so if the assassination attempt isn't brought up, I think that kind of points to it being an unfair debate. And I think the assassination thing needs to get brought up because earlier today you had the release of the Melania Trump video talking about them trying to assassinate her husband and why don't we have answers, right? And then you had that followed up with Eric Trump coming out and being like, I can't even remember what, paraphrasing here, people, right off the top of my head, like something to the effect of like, oh, there's still a lot of questions out there. We have specific questions we want answered, right? So like, if that all happened leading into the debate, I don't see how they can't bring that up unless they're trying to protect Kamala. No, they can't compete with that voting. Like getting here, or my last 3 years as vice president, when I didn't really do anything, no one knew who I was, where I was, what I was doing, other than I was supposed to be in charge of the border, right? So like, if they're going to bring up the assassination, how crazy or like a white supremacist or whatever, how are they going to frame that? Because we know that the guy is like connected to BlackRock. So like, if you're not going to bring that up, that's disingenuous. Or DM me, but Secret Service detail, and the counter snipers just so happened to show up on the 13th. And you think about it, you're like, well, why would they just show up then if they knew they were going to have to shoot the guy, right? But if that assassination attempt, right, had went off and there were no counter snipers shooting back at that shooter, and it would have been obvious if there was no counter snipers, right, it would have way more looked like an inside job than it did just having the counter snipers show up on the 13th, if that is what happened, right? There are way too many open questions, and the way ABC frames the question is going to tell us a lot, I feel, in my opinion.
If they frame it at all. I feel like it's not even going to get brought up. All right.
I'm leaning that way.
Let's go to, well, first of all, welcome to the stage, Breaking 4 News. How you doing, brother? And go ahead with your recap.
Hey, good evening. I'm doing well. It's been quite the 24 hours. I'm exhausted, but here we go. We're going to continue with the second debate of the 2024 election cycle. Only this time it's between former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. We're 75 days post that first debate back in June, where the President Biden, it began the downfall of President Biden's reelection efforts. Bill Hemmer on Fox News, I was just watching, made a really good point. He said, in the 91st minute, CNN started to unravel everything for the Biden-Harris campaign. And that really jump-started the conversation regarding the president's age, something that many Americans have been having for years now, but something that was really brought to the forefront. Harris Faulkner, also on Fox, spoke about how she wants to see both candidates have a personal and personable, moment on the debate stage. She wants to see something like a handshake or acknowledgement of the two as human beings, and less about the nitpicking and direct attacks that we've seen, something that the former president and Vice President Harris have called for post the assassination attempt. As you mentioned, this is going to be the first time that the former president debates since that attempt, and we'll see how ABC News decides to bring it up. I actually spent the last 18 hours in Philadelphia. We took a balcony in the city center to film some content. I've since returned back to New York City, but we did not know that the balcony we chose was going to be directly across from the hotel that the vice president was staying at. And so we got to see her arrival, her movements today. She decided to go tour the facility of the debate hall earlier this afternoon at around 1 p.m. and returned about 50 minutes later. There's some fans and also some Trump supporters outside of the hotel, which wasn't made public until last evening at around 10 o'clock at night. And so we were within the closed off Secret Service perimeter. And it was really interesting to watch her motorcade and to see the preparations being made. She had an enormous motorcade, as we expect from the vice president, but also we know the U.S. Secret Service increased security for all major political candidates following the assassination attempt. So it was not unusual to see. But now we have Donald Trump landing in Philadelphia maybe 15 to 20 minutes ago. And so you have both candidates now in the city making their way to the debate hall. According to
there's President Trump coming down the stairs right now sorry.
Yeah, his motorcade departed from the airport about 15 minutes ago. He's en route to the debate hall. The vice president, if she hasn't left already, is going to leave momentarily. That's what we're being told from our White House press poolers. And so it's going to be a really interesting thing to watch. Now, let's talk a little bit, before we talk about the rules specific to tonight, let's talk a little bit about what political analysts are saying in regards to Kamala Harris. They are saying that her lack of press access and unscripted moments on the campaign trail puts a lot of pressure on greatly outperform Donald Trump on the debate stage tonight, meaning the threshold for her is a lot higher to cross, according to them. These are experts who feel that her lack of transparency has been making these rare occasions of unscripted moments feel a lot more dramatic and larger than they are for her, and they consider that to be a negative for her. She has a progressive past. She ran a very progressive campaign in 2019, and it's going to be interesting to see if that's brought up at all by the moderators tonight as she tries to walk back a little bit in that CNN interview that she did. Her campaign continues to walk back some of her previous comments, something applicable to the state of Pennsylvania, her 2019 pledge to ban fracking. She has since walked that back, but in that same interview said, my values have not changed. So we're kind of getting this back and forth from both her and the campaign. And a lot of people are looking for definitive answers. We know that on Sunday night, overnight, the campaign website, the Harris Walls campaign website, officially updated to include a list of policy proposals being made. That was after 50 plus days, and it was something that people were looking out for. They are also looking for an unscripted press conference from the vice president, although none has been scheduled as of yet. Now let's get to the debate rules, and this is from ABC News. Candidates will not be allowed to ask each other questions during the debate. So that's going to be an interesting development. If, let's say, the former president tries to call out Vice President Harris on something, how will the moderators react? Will they allow her to answer? Will they move on, etc.? And vice versa, I should say. Additionally, campaign staff will be prohibited from interacting with candidates during the 2 commercial breaks. Candidates are not allowed to have any pre-written notes with them on stage, but they will have the opportunity to make a closing statement, and a previously done coin toss gives that final argument, I believe, to former President Donald Trump. Now, the thing that everyone's talking about the most, similar to the CNN debate earlier this summer, ABC News will be muting the microphones of the candidates who is not supposed to be speaking. This rule specifically was a point of contention for the Harris campaign, who felt that Trump benefited from the muted mics because he couldn't interrupt. They say that Harris would be, quote, fundamentally disadvantaged as a former prosecutor, but then officially agreed last week after claiming that Trump could skip the debate, quote, if we do not accede to his preferred format. In addition to the debate tonight, both Fox News and NBC News proposed additional debates for both candidates. Trump agreed to both of those, and as of now, Harris agreed to none. As I'm sure all of you are aware, tonight's debate begins promptly at 9 p.m. Eastern, and I look forward to your questions if you have any.
Yeah, I do. The rule about the not asking questions, that is a new one to me. I didn't see that earlier when I looked at the rules. Is that something that was just added today? And is that something that has been done in previous debates? Do you know?
So it wasn't added today, and it follows along similar rules in the past, although it's possible that we haven't seen moderators hold strictly to it, meaning a lot of times during back and forth conversation, one candidate will pose to another something that could sound like a question, and maybe the moderators will say something to the effect of, you're allowed to answer that. I don't know how strict the moderators plan on enforcing this rule tonight, but it was upfront enough to the point that they mentioned it in their brief with the bullet points of specific rules that they wanted to highlight for this evening. I spoke to
If I was Trump, I'd violate it. I'd ask her a question, and then when the people interject and say you're not allowed to ask her questions, I'd say exactly, because the media won't ask her questions and they shield her from getting any questions asked to her.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment specifically on what we should or shouldn't tell candidates to do, and it's totally fine for people who aren't looking to just be factual to do that. Absolutely should insert your opinion. What I will say is I spoke to voters this morning in Rittenhouse Square, right by the hotel that I was staying at. A lot of left-leaning Democrats, obviously, in Philadelphia. They want to hear about abortion. They believe that Kamala Harris is the right candidate. They felt that President Joe Biden did a good job the last 3 years. And so we'll see how the night goes. There are certainly some Trump supporters out there tonight lining the streets awaiting his motorcade. I think the Trump campaign, actually publicized in advance the motorcade route. Don't know how happy the Secret Service was about that, but just to let people know that they can go and cheer on the former president as he arrives tonight. There is a non-scalable fence around the entire perimeter of the debate hall, and there is a small but passionate and loud group of anti-Israel protesters around the debate hall as well. So that's the update on the ground. And it's going to be a really interesting night. It's going to be the opportunity for the vice president to really showcase herself in a new way, to highlight if she claims to be successful as a prosecutor, the way that she's going to deliver her opening statements and the way that she's going to answer the questions. And for the former president, this is a time for him to hone in on the vice president's progressive past, to answer questions specific to policies that he would do differently from the current administration. And so I think we're all in for a very exciting evening, and an evening of where we'll find out a little bit more about each candidate, hopefully.
Isn't it, if correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it each candidate gets a 3-minute opening statement, and then they each get 2 minutes to respond to questions, and then another 2 minutes to rebut, correct?
So for this debate, I don't think they get a formal opening statement. They do get a 2-minute answer followed by a 2-minute response to a follow-up question. And then I believe it's a 1 minute, if I'm not mistaken, a 1 minute rebuttal to anything said by a different candidate. But the candidate cannot, from the rule about the no questions, can't pose a question to the other candidate. It has to be somewhat of a response or reaction to something the other administration proposes or has done. And then I guess that candidate who's implicated has a chance to respond, clear his or her name, or counter it in some way.
Right on. Thank you for that breaking. Unless anybody else has questions for breaking, I want to go to Jim Pfaff real quick, and welcome to the stage, Prodigal and Jim. And I do see you, Jared. I'll be going to you next. Jim, I want to ask you, do you think that we're going to see a fair shake from the moderators as far as the lines of questioning go? Because I saw what happened in the last presidential debate with Biden, where one of the very first questions that was asked of Trump and kind of hammered home on was, abortion. So do you think that we're going to see a fair line of questioning here tonight? And if not, how do you think Trump's going to respond?
Well, I do question that. I'm not entirely certain, but my guess is no. Surprisingly, Jake Tapper and Dana Bash were somewhat fair. I mean, they had kind of mostly straightforward questions that were tough, that were clear.
I can't hear the sir. Someone drop me, please. Thank you.
And it really helped that previous debate clarify the differences between Trump and Biden. In this case, I would expect that they're going to try to push on the abortion issue. Democrats think they're going to win on this. They think they've got Trump by the barrel here and can make him embarrassed about his abortion stand, because you can be assured if they ask the question, Kamala Harris is going to say he wants to get rid of abortions nationally entirely and blah, blah, blah. Now, the answer he's given, if he's consistent with it, is the right answer for him to give. I say that as a solid pro-lifer who believes that the only exceptions in abortion should be rape, incest, and life of the mother. But Donald Trump did the one thing that everyone wanted him to do, and he feels like he accomplished a big goal, and I agree, of getting rid of Roe v. Wade and overturning it and sending this back to the states. I mean, I think the weakness in the states has been the pro-life community and how they run these things. So people think that makes Donald Trump some sort of pro-abort, and it doesn't. But anyway, that tension is going to be interesting. And I think, if I am judging this correctly, I think that's going to be one of the areas where the moderation will try to most focus on Donald Trump to put him in a trick bag. I do expect some Project 2025 questions to come up. And I'm going to presume that he's going to just assert his Agenda 47 issue and distance himself from that. Those are the two main areas where Democrats would like to pin Donald Trump down if they can and try to make him look bad. Summarize all this, I think he's going to do great. I think he's going to do very well. Frankly, the mic format was best for him last time. And even though they wanted to do that to stop what they thought were his strong points, and it ended up showing him to be strong. So we'll see how that plays out. I think there are some questions in the air, but the last thing I'll say is Kamala Harris, this is not a good situation for her, and she has to be highly disciplined to make herself look good coming out of this. And I don't think she's capable of that. So net, I think Donald Trump will likely win.
And do you think that we're going to see the needle move with moderates? So earlier they showed a graphic of, and I don't trust polling this close to the election, but they showed a graphic where Kamala had a 2-point lead in pretty much every swing state except for one. Do you feel like this might move the needle if he wins tonight?
I absolutely do think it'll move the needle. If he shows himself to be, if he can separate himself anywhere close to the way he did during the Biden debate, then yes, I think that moves the needle. I do not believe these polls that say that Kamala Harris is supposed to be up by 2 points in many significant blue states or swing states. I just don't see that the case. It is close, though. I do believe these polls are, or the reality is that there's something very close between Harris and Trump has to make a strong push really immediately because we're already voting in some states. So, but yes, I do think it'll move the needle even on the polls. If he can get 3/4 of the way distance from Kamala Harris that he did from Biden, it'll be a huge win. The polls will move. And frankly, I don't think Kamala Harris is capable. We're going to see, and I could be wrong, but I don't think Kamala Harris is able to step up to the plate. She's already proven so far in this campaign with her in the not having the nomination with Democrats, with the Democrat Party. We haven't seen her be able to do that. I don't anticipate she can do it tonight.
Right on. Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Hopefully, Poly Market has got a huge lead with Trump over Harris right now. So you guys can take that as you will. But I'm wondering what the impact will be after tonight's debate. All right, Jared, go ahead, man. Get in here.
Yeah, there's nothing hi guys. Happy debate night. There's nothing I disagree that much about, but I do think this is a very big night for Kamala Harris because she has to reintroduce herself to people. She's not been in the spotlight obviously since Biden has been president for 4 years. But I think there's not really much Donald Trump has to do tonight than just to be measured. And also, I shouldn't say there's not that much, because I think that if he ties Kamala Harris to Joe Biden and says, do you want to reelect her? And he needs to say that because a lot of people think for some reason that Kamala Harris has not been the incumbent vice president for the last 4 years, and which is concerning because she has. So if these policies are very bad, according to Trump, then he needs to link her to that. If he doesn't, then I'm going to be guessing then what, the net positive or end goal was for him to even debate. Also, I think, there are still undecided people. Breaking 4 News was just saying, talking to, Democrats in Philadelphia, abortion is an issue. And, I try not to use the polls as fodder for my argument because there's polls every goddamn day, and it's hard for us to even unsee that. But I think abortion is going to be big. And so far, for some of you guys to say that Donald Trump has the argument soy down on abortion, he does not. Because just last week, he said he has not made up his argument on whether Florida's ballot initiative on 6-week abortion ballot initiative, then he switched his mind. All right. So it just shows you that Republicans have not found a cohesive argument to make after the 2022 summer. Since it dropped, they've been spinning on how to respond to it. And it's something because Kamala Harris is going to bring up the most extreme, outlandish examples on abortion. A 13-year-old she's going to bring up obviously the most extreme examples. And Donald Trump's going to have to explain it. He said last week that he put out a tweet that he cares about reproductive rights. How are you going to explain that? Because that's something very big. And I think a lot of pollsters are missing that. Also, every, Donald Trump, surrogate or whatever. I was just speaking with Senator Mike Lee, and we got in a very tough back and forth on what the debate is going to be tonight. And, obviously being an apologist for Donald Trump, saying he's going to say these things. But Donald Trump is not measured, right? We know he does not respond lightly to a Black woman or a woman of color, or if you guys want to make that race an issue.
We don't know that. That's yours.
Right. Opinions are like a-holes. We all have one. That's my political opinion based on what I've seen.
Jennifer Hudson.
Hold on, Jen. Are you talking about a singer now? But I think, he does not respond kindly to a woman of color, and whether they're a Black woman or whether they're a white woman.
In your opinion.
we sure, I think we're all speaking for our opinions tonight, so that's just a given. But yes, obviously that's my opinion. He does not, because we've seen it with the NABJ thing a few weeks ago, how he ridiculed and attacked the two black moderators. I think Trump supporters are going to be looking to see if he is measured. If he doesn't, and if he goes on and ignores everything that from Stephen Miller, and I believe, according to reporting, Tulsi Gabbard has been giving him advice as well. It's not that hard for Donald Trump to win tonight. Like I said, if he reminds voters that Kamala Harris has been the incumbent vice president for the last 4 years. He's not going to do that. Kamala Harris is going to bait him. She's been talking to Secretary Clinton, according to reporting. So, it's anyone's guess tonight. I'm not going to make predictions because I did June 27th. And, we know how that saw. So let's just see what happens. And I look forward to it. Thank you.
I think you bring up a really good point outside of the rest of the nonsensical stuff that you were describing in your opinion. But the first point you made about tying Kamala to the current administration as the incumbent is super important. It's not something that we've really discussed too much tonight. I think Trump will have ample opportunity to tie that into his responses, and hopefully we do see him do so. So, and that much, Jared, I do agree with you. I think that was a fair analysis. I'm not so sure about the woman in color thing. You have your opinion, I have mine. I feel like that's a pretty out there, but it's whatever. Prodigal, go ahead, man. You're next. You can respond to what he said. Or
yeah, I mean, I sort of agree with your take on it. I mean, it's simple. I mean, yeah, Trump just has to ask, if you're better off than 4 years ago, and if you want to give the VP a promotion and a raise to continue what she's on, right? It's a very simple question. Is the world safer than it was 4 years ago? No, it's not. Are your bills, housing, groceries, are they more affordable? Are wages keeping pace? No, they're not. So if he keeps these about the issues, he's going to win. I don't think he needs to do much. I think we've seen peak Kamala hit. I want to thank the right-wing Anon community for helping push the Springfield, Ohio captive dreamer. He's a good mutual. I'm glad to see his account growing, but I mean, that's it. I mean, they can nitpick and try to change it. It might not have been a Haitian refugee. It might have been somebody from Central America or India, but the reality of the matter is her policies have destroyed America. And she can try to reintroduce herself all she wants. But every territory she's held office is now worse off than it was after she left. Look at San Francisco. Look at California where she was AG. Look at California when she was a senator. And now look at America as she's a VP. If you think that qualifies for a promotion and raise, then it doesn't matter. I mean, if people were making money, outside of the certain scenarios where we agree, there should be a right to abortion, rape, etc., the health of the mother's life. People aren't having babies because they can't afford to live. They can't afford to pay the rent, while illegals are getting everything else. I think he doesn't have to do much. I think that we've seen peak Kamala. I think she's trending down, and I think the more people get to know her, the more they dislike her. Same thing with Waltz. I mean, the guy looks like a fucking freak. I mean, has the mannerisms of Richard Simmons. He seems to be fascinated with the rainbow cult, even in the 90s when that wasn't a thing. So he's just a weird guy. So I think that, like I said earlier, when everybody was panicking, marketing can only go so much. That so brat doesn't matter when you're looking at
vulnerabilities are you concerned about Trump having tonight?
Listen, abortion's a real thing, but he has an easy, essentially this is a state issue. Let them decide on the state and local level. But other than that, it's just going to be lies. I mean, what do I expect the moderators to do? They're probably going to frame questioning as BS, etc. But other than the abortion issue, which will affect suburban female voters, I don't think Kamala has nothing to run on, right? I don't think there's many pitfalls as long as he stays measured. And listen, if she starts low blowing him, then he can come back. But I don't think he should be the first one to low blow, unless she brings up sexual assault and criminal charges. Then I think he gets a pass to make a comment about Willie Brown and how she got her start.
I don't think we're going to hear that though.
You'd be surprised. I mean, listen, Kamala, she's a good attorney in questioning sometimes. I mean, she was good in questioning in her Senate. Her debate performances have been hit or miss. So, you know, I think there's a lot more writing on this than her because they've used the basement strategy. They thought they'd be able to get away with it to the end of the election, and it's not happening. When even CNN and the New Republic, which is basically leftist dribble, are basically saying, you know, she needs to change the tempo, etc., you can tell momentum is not on her side. The momentum is shifting, which is odd because I remember a number of right-wing influencers declaring war and it was over. But in reality, Trump's in a better position now than he was in 2020 and 2016. Unless voting stops in the middle of the night and ballot dumps start, or something crazy happens at the debate, or God forbid they try to do something to him again. Listen, it's a close race. I'm not going to say he's going to win it, but I think it's a coin toss, and I think all this black pilling and doomer pilling is over. I mean, literally, right before the debate, you had a national story break because the right-wing anon, captive dreamer, who's been banned more than me, actually, right? This guy's been banned 20, 30 times, pushed a story that national media wouldn't touch. And I've seen some alleged, you know, conservative influencers who are, you know, basically former socialist Bernie bros attacking him. Listen, national media didn't cover this. They pushed the narrative, they pushed the story, it went viral, and now she's going to have to explain this at a time when Americans are struggling. I mean, you look at Chicago, you look at a number of cities, they're bankrupt. They're effectively bankrupt right now. They're running major deficits and propping up illegals who are bringing down quality of life and living standards. So listen, there's not much Kamala has to run on. This is VP Kamala's economy. This is VP Kamala's foreign policy. And what's announced in the last day, North Korea is going to pursue as many nuclear weapons as it can. Russia and Ukraine are escalating with, you know, increased conflict on the Eastern Front, and, you know, bombs inside Ukraine and Russia damaging their
energy. So crazy. The video is tracking what you were saying as you were saying it. You brought up Russia, Ukraine. It showed Zelensky, and when you said bombs, it showed the firestorm there in Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll end with this because I know I'm rambling, but listen, the former CIA director came out, and everybody looked at us who had concerns about maybe we should have a peaceful resolution as like psychos or weak. Like, this maniac admitted that the CIA and U.S. intel assessed a very real threat of Russia using nuclear weapons to protect its sovereign interests. And they still went forward with this over corrupt Ukraine. And now you've killed a generation of Ukrainian men and Russian men for what? For nothing.
And how do Americans fall for it again after the weapons of mass destruction and Saddam Hussein? Like, it is
because they
get
their programming, because they're idiots. I mean, let's be honest. Like, has anything, especially after COVID, like, has anything made you more trust in the mob and the masses? No, it hasn't. Like, we're ruled by people who don't care about truth, who don't care about accountability, because there is none. Right? Nobody faced any accountability for Afghanistan. Nobody faced any accountability for blowing up the Middle East and Eastern Europe. Nobody faced any accountability for dumping $6 trillion to build a green new economy that there isn't there. It just raised all your prices. There's no accountability. So there's a bunch of useless zombies who, you know, when the rope's around their neck, they're going to wonder why, you know, they're in this position. But I don't have much faith in people, but, you know, you can't lose hope.
You really can't. And I think that a lot of it is just that people are so, they're conditioned to accept the lie, right? They're conditioned to accept the media and accept the narrative. And we have to break out of that dynamic.
But they can't think, right? This is Bill Gates' Common Core, right? You can talk to idiots as much as you want to about housing affordability and housing supply. And you say, listen, when you let in 3 million illegals and 1 million legal immigrants, and the U.S. population, you have people leaving the home itself, and you only build less than 1.4 or 1.7 million units a year, you're never going to have affordable housing. It's fucking impossible. But you bring this up and they go, oh, they're just people, they want a home. They want a home at the expense of your tax dollars when your wages aren't going any further. And they want a home at the expense of your future and your children's future. And right now, we're not in a position. So these are people who are just, you can tell them all the facts. Like, they're fixated on abortion. Abortion is not going to matter when you can't afford to have a kid. You can't live in, you're going to be living on the streets, right? Well, what do you care about? Like, it's a state issue. It's a local issue. Deal with it on that front. God bless. And Jim brought up something that's right. Like, a lot of these right-wing grifters who are pro-life, like, they don't like that they're going to have to do the legwork that the left has done in the local and state organizations. The left marched through all the institutions. The right, they like being in DC for their galas with a lot of, congressmen and senators drinking wine and pretending they did a good show. No, now it's to the states. Trump gave you a victory you never had before. Now prove what you're worth on the state and local level. If you can't do that, shut the hell up.
Personally, I don't have any faith in the Republican Party, to be honest with you. If anything, we need to take, if we do win and we have a little bit of breathing room, we don't have breathing room. We need to use that to reform the Republican Party into the MAGA Party, and do away, cast off with the war hawks, the war profiteers, the big pharma shills, the donor shills. All of that needs to be cast aside. Otherwise, we're just going to be looking at the same thing in 2 and 4 and 8 and 6 and 8 years.
No, this is it. This is the only election that matters. Right? They're clear. They're going to give a pathway to citizenship to everybody. This is win or lose. You might have all these side issues, but politically they're done. They win and get the House and the Senate by one vote. They'll break the filibuster. They'll give statehood. They'll pack the courts. They'll give a pathway to citizenship. They will cement a supermajority that politically you'll be able to do nothing again. You'll be a serf. And just like Springfield, Ohio, a town of 40, 50,000 people, where they ship in 20,000 Haitians, that's going to happen to you. They already said publicly they want to break all the zoning laws. They have empty office buildings and strip malls and malls all across the country that they can repurpose for housing. Instead, they want to come into your communities and break them up and build public housing and migrant shelters. This is it. Everybody else can say whatever you want. If you want your kids, or if you're young and of draftable age, you want to end up on a battlefield in Eastern Europe and Ukraine, then vote on some other issue that you're not going to be able to affect on a federal level anyway, that you're going to have more ability on the state and local level. But this is basically it. And I know people say that all the time, but I'm not one to say that. It's over. They win, they will give a pathway to citizenship, and they will cement the supermajority, and it's done. So you can have your moral high ground, but once those, once your single family suburban cul-de-sac is with 20-story buildings housing, halfway houses and illegals, and gangs are taking over, I don't want to hear you bitch. Either way, it's not going to affect a lot of us who have money. People who have money, they raise the tax code, we cash out, we leave. Right?
This is the same cultist verbiage prodigal I've been hearing since 2020.
It's the truth. You're a moron.
It's not the truth.
You said the Hunter Biden laptop was fake.
You've been speaking for 5 minutes.
Okay,
can I respond?
You back.
So just a minute. We're gonna not resort to personal attacks.
Okay. So what I was
that includes Jared. That I'm speaking to you, right? Calling people cultists, right? That is an ad hominem attack. So we're going to refrain from that, because I want to have a meaningful discussion from everybody. So try to refrain from the personal attacks.
Understood. All right.
Attack the words, not the person. Go ahead.
Okay. Miley sent me another word instead of that
you
word.
You can respond,
so
I'll give it to
Yes,
Prodigal.
sir. Okay. So we've been hearing this, that, it's communists and socialists and all of that. All right. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have said that they are not for expanding the Supreme Court. They have constantly said that they are not for making Washington, D.C. a state. All right.
What about a pathway for citizenship for the illegals? They don't need to do that.
But that's
they don't need to
said,
get
Prodigal, and please exercise some self-control. Put a sock in your mouth and allow me to speak, sir. All right. Let's not be an
they
a-hole.
say they want to give a pathway to citizenship to illegals.
Stop being
yes or
an
no?
a-hole and allow me to speak. All right.
But this is a short conversation. You're going to bloviate on
you are
bullshit.
saying that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are for this. They have not done this. They had 4 years. They had 4 years to do it. Why they haven't done it?
Well, I mean, he's been speaking for a while. I was just trying
he
to let
spoke for 10 minutes.
All right. It's all right. So let me kind of help moderate a little bit here. Jared, can you just answer the question? Because you said that Biden and Kamala haven't really said any of these socialist points. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, we'll give that to you. Can you answer Prodigal's question? Has Kamala endorsed a pathway to citizenship for illegals? Yes or no?
If he can give me the quote, what she said, I don't recall that.
I could put it up top. It's multiple times. You have Chuck Schumer there. She said it herself.
When has Kamala...
She wanted to reduce ICE spending. She's claiming now the Republicans held her up. This is all documented.
Wait, you said Kamala Harris had a pathway for citizenship for illegal immigrants. When has she said that?
She did.
I will.
She clearly said 2 years ago, Democrats were attacking her when she said, don't come, or they're going to be turned away.
Are you talking about in 2021?
And then we had record immigration, illegal immigration the next 2 years.
No, because that's Prodigal. You can't talk over everyone.
The policy is
People
hold on, real quick. the Biden did put her in front of the border. Maybe not the border czar explicitly. He didn't say those words exactly. He did do a press conference in 2021, March of 2021 to be exact, where he did name her responsible for quelling the migrant the mass migration that was occurring under his watch, right? So that is a verifiable fact. Whether or not you want to say, oh, well, she never said that she supported it, that was 3 years ago, and the results have spoken for themselves. We have had millions and millions and millions of people enter underneath her and Biden's watch. Hold on real quick. Hold on,
we
Jared.
have bigger.
Hold on, Jared. Hold on. Let me finish. We are getting closer. I just want to let a reminder for everybody that I will be streaming the video of the debate live into the space, so you can actually sit here and watch it with us. The emojis should be great. Bottom right corner, repost the space. If you have any questions, any complaints, any comments, put them down there in the bottom right corner in the comment section. Tag Penny or tag Wolf News. They are paying attention, and I will read them out to the panel. Jared, I'm going to let you respond to him a quick 10 seconds, and then I'm going to go through the rest of the hands.
All right. Okay. So he says that. I say this. All right. Just for people in here, we have bigger fish.
Well, look
to
at
fry.
Kamala up top.
Sir, stop talking over people.
Don't worry. I will moderate. The more that you argue trying to moderate him, is going to.
Well, then Diligent, tell him to shut up. Come on.
I will. Don't tell me what to do.
There's the guy who interrupted him to begin.
So here's what we're gonna do. And you are right, Millie. You did interrupt initially, Jared, but Prodigal was carrying on for a while. It's fine. So, Jared, I'm gonna give you 20 seconds uninterrupted. Land your plane, and then we're moving on.
I wish I could get 20 minutes to speak. All right. Anyways, what I was saying is, forget the immigration thing. All right, because we know that the bipartisan border bill was tanked. All right, let's talk about Project 2025, and let's put Trump Project 2025. I hope Kamala Harris mentions that tonight, because last night a viral interview by Caitlin Collins went viral because the former Project 2025 guy said he met with Trump people in Mar-a-Lago, where Trump lays his head at night.
Look at the quote.
Also over there. That's what we are against. Okay, we're against.
Yeah, look at the quote.
We're talking about meetings in proximity, Jared. We got a couple meetings. We got a couple meetings to talk about.
We can't hear all of you, but Prodigal, I can't. I'm the way I've got the video going. I can't clear the nest. So don't put stuff up there because it's gonna. The last thing I want every time I try to do one of these spaces, they glitch out and break on me. I'm pumping a live video of the debate in here. I don't want that to happen tonight, so keep the nest.
Listen, I'm sorry. It's just he lies so much. I got to put the evidence.
But what you can do is add it as a reply, and then tag Jared and tag the.
I mean, Trump is disavowed.
Diligent. When are you going to send Prodigal down for interrupting me? This is getting bizarre.
I think. Well, I mean, you get.
He said illegal immigration.
When are you going to send this skid down?
So first of all, no name calling. Second of all, I handled it, and third of all. We're going to go to the rest of the hands. Hang tight, Jared. You did get your point across. Let's go to Ramona. She's been waiting patiently.
Diligent.
And then we'll go to Southern.
Hey, Diligent. It's Jessie. Even with Ramona Woodworks as my handle for my ad room.
I'm sorry. I can only see first. Okay.
It's okay. Okay. So Jared, I actually just put in the reply section Kamala's position that is like widely known by what she speaks to, and I also I found it through Grok, which has a million different responses inside of there of quotes and video of her position on her pathway to immigration, for illegal immigration here in the United States. Number one. Number two, Project 2025, Trump has said several times he has absolutely nothing to do with it. Even as conservatives or Republicans, and anybody who does speak to that, even as a conservative or Republican, they are promptly corrected on it by everyone. He is completely distanced himself to that. So it doesn't matter that you heard it from the media. The media lies constantly. The third thing is about
J.D.
abortion.
Vance has connections to it.
I'm talking. Calm down.
Complaining about interruptions, Jared?
settle down, settle down, Jared. And the third thing is on abortion. Now, if you do look at the statistics on abortion, 0.4%, that's 0.4% of the people who are seeking abortions are victims of rape, 0.4%. Yet it is such a widely discussed action, hot button item that has been completely made up by the media to piss all of us off against each other. So we all need to distance ourselves from that. The only people who are really talking about abortion are the Democrats. A lot of Democratic women are championing for 0.4% of the victims of rape. What Trump has routinely also said, and every other conservative, is that it is at the Supreme Court and state level to decide what is done. There is no one getting turned away from abortions. Late-term abortions are disgusting. They should not be done. That should be completely outlawed. And you can tell when a baby has a heartbeat by the time that's 6 weeks, should not be done. So the only people who are really up in arms on the abortion item, and there's so many other freaking problems, like that needs to be taken out of our vocabulary. Abortion as a talking point needs to just be eradicated. So we should all just take that out. We should tell each other, all of the parties, all of the people, it's already been handled. It's at the Supreme Court level.
Not going to do it because it's been a winning issue for them, like it was in 2022. What we should have seen as a red wave wasn't because of what I like to call the thought vote. That's THOT. That means all of the young women who wanted to go out there and have promiscuous sex at scale wanted to use abortion as a contraceptive means, as opposed to being responsible. That's the thought vote, THOT.
Maybe
we underestimated that
should,
in 2022 and lost our asses. Go ahead, back to you.
Well, maybe they should try to be less hoary. I mean, just stop having sex unprotected. Be adults.
I agree, but still, we actually have to consider, because the reason why I say it is because if we take a firm, if we take a firm stance on abortion, the pro-life, the extreme pro-life stance, which, has its merits. I'm not arguing it doesn't. But my point is it's a losing issue for Republicans. It's statistically proven. It is a loser issue for Republicans. So the more that we can avoid addressing it directly or play it off like, hey, I'm going to leave it up for everybody else to decide, the better.
But Diligent Section 4 of Project 2025, Trump's Project 2025,
I'm still talking.
Talks about abortion, right?
You are insane. Jared, shut your mouth.
There was dead air.
Jared,
Come on.
shut your mouth.
No,
you
I'm
are.
I'm going
Jared,
to
shut the fuck up. Jared, shut up.
Oh my.
Because you're.
I haven't even had like.
So I told you, right, that there's a lot. First of all, there's 1,200 people in here, and that we're gonna have decorum on my stage, and I don't want it to not be an echo chamber enough to where I'm gonna let you dictate how the space is ran. You are gonna operate within the rules that I set out, or you're not gonna be on my stage, right? So I will let you give a short response, but you let me handle the moderation, and you're not gonna disrespect anybody, or you'll be gone.
Kick him.
So I'm not disrespecting anyone, and I don't know how you want left people
your mic
never
now, Jared. I'm about to tell you.
Kick him. It's my turn now.
All right, so you're gonna go down.
Diligent. It's my turn now.
Little spanking. There you go. You can learn some respect and learn to respect the host, or you're not coming back on my stage. Let's go to Southern. She's waited patiently. Go ahead, Southern.
Wait, Diligent, can I jump in real quick?
I mean, she's already coming off mic, but I can't hear her. Southern, do you even have audio?
It's just a moment of silence for Jared is what she's doing.
She has bad. I don't know what's going on with your mic, Southern. You always have trouble. I'm gonna drop you down. Request come back up. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, so just on the immigration thing, I think it's really concerning that BlackRock went around the country in the past couple of years and bought up all of these single family homes. And now we have millions of illegal immigrants who in California, they are trying to pass laws, if they haven't already, that they are able to receive payment and subsidies from the government to be first-time home buyers. So I just think it's ironic that you have this company, BlackRock, who is arguably destabilizing the U.S. for their own personal gain, also simultaneously, randomly, and unexplainably buying up millions of single-family homes all over the country. I mean, just put two and two together. And also, listen, I think we need a moment of silence for Jared. He did get his ass
I don't want to continue to. I don't want to continue to make
Mario
about Jared.
space, so he just.
I don't want to make the space about Jared anymore, Jen.
Okay, but he deserves that, Diligent.
Well, he got
He
it.
also disrespected Mike Lee, so there's that.
Yeah, he's he gets what he pays for. Thank you for that. Let's go back to Ramona. Let her finish, and then we'll go to someone.
Actually, today I was just doing research looking for the BlackRock acquisitions on real estate. It's actually Blackstone. Blackstone is the one that is taking $10 billion and buying up all the residential real estate. And they make tons of announcements on it. BlackRock has said that they are not the ones buying it, but BlackRock is also an ETF fund. So that they don't have exactly a fund to do that. What their issue is voting. Is they have voting rights. They own a ton of the acquisitions for all the mutual funds. So if you have your mutual fund with an ETF from BlackRock, then they have the ability to vote, like what happened with Tesla, that and Elon's package that was mainly put into the hands of the largest shareholders, and that's the scam that they're running. But Blackstone is the one.
Well, maybe Jim or Prodigal knows this, or Chad. Isn't Blackstone like the original, and BlackRock is the one that they created after having Blackstone?
No, they're separate. They're separate companies.
Yeah, they're completely.
What was the but what was the original company that, because it wasn't always BlackRock, right? There was another company that was before that.
No, I'm pretty
Are you
sure
thinking of
Fink
Vanguard?
started BlackRock.
Yeah, Fink. It was BlackRock. It's always been BlackRock.
Yeah, but Blackstone has the REIT. Their commercial REIT is, real estate investment trust, hasn't been doing well. Even though, the prior speaker's right. I mean, Blackstone is right now. I'll keep it quick. Right now, it's a weird market, right? Pre-existing homes, most people are locked in with, I think 90% or under 4% mortgages. They don't want to move even if they can, because they're buying something smaller. They're going to pay more for their mortgage and less. Right now, it's an odd situation where developers overdeveloped in the Southwest and certain territories in the Sun Belt, and they're losing their shirts. And now Blackstone and other, investors are going to come in and scoop up new construction. It's a weird market where new construction, you might actually see better deals. But this is off topic.
Could I address the, I hope nobody's talking. I heard silence. Can I address the Project 2025 false allegations that were being
absolutely made? Go ahead, and then I'll go to Kay. Go ahead.
Okay, so, these allegations that the left were putting out, if you remember, there was a full-on, IO where they had all of these graphics that were, looking very similar in their design, that were flooding social media, saying what Project 2025 is and what it stood for, and it kind of bullet pointed out each line by line, what their claims and their allegations were, which literally I went through and I did a space on it with Trash Discourse, and we literally went through each line by line, and almost every single one of them was either a flat out lie or it was greatly taken out of context and misconstrued and spin. So, it just goes to show that even what the left has been saying about Project 2025 is propaganda and it's spin, because I guarantee most of these people, that want to come up here and tout all this stuff about Project 2025, I doubt they read the 900 plus pages of that, and they're just going off of the media talking points and the false graphics that were going around saying what it represented. The other thing is Trump had his Agenda 47 with the campaign, and he was not affiliated with Project 2025 at all whatsoever. And that was just a group of many different conservative organizations and people who came together, wanting to come up with solutions for many of the what most of us would respect as mainline conservative policies and what we would like to see accomplished in the country. And they kind of thought out, okay, here's a plan, here's kind of like a framework of what we want for this upcoming administration, what we want for our leaders.
Yeah, it was the think tank white paper. It's like trying to say anything Claremont or Cato pushes out is Trump's policy. It's not. There's a lot of leftist think tanks. Go look at Open Societies. Go look at some of their white papers.
And by the way, as a member of the advisory committee for Project 2025, let me just say it is all just regular mainstream conservative policy ideas. And it is true, Millie's right. People who blast it never read it. The only thing that is really problematic for someone that's a Democrat is it's a pro-life document as well too. And
except, well, I mean, but Trump doesn't have
pro-family.
Well, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So
I mean, that should be the first thing that's pointed out.
Yeah. Well, so anyway, the Project 2025 itself there's nothing radical. There's actually not a whole lot brand new there at all. The newest thing is how we need to begin aggressively going after, the bureaucratic state that has caused so many problems. And that's been long overdue. That may be the one difference. And those are the two things that scare Democrats most. If anyone is willing to break down the bureaucratic state and anyone is willing to restrict abortion in the manner Millie talked about at a minimum, then that scares Democrats. They want nothing to do with that. They want no one to have that kind of power. But as it comes to Trump, Trump has consistently only promoted Agenda 47. He has consistently been on record saying, this is my policy agenda. This is what I attempt to do. When it comes to Project 2025, the rest of us that believe in that agenda are going to do the best we can to assert it in Congress and move that agenda forward and get members of Congress to write bills to that effect and then hopefully pass them. And then Donald Trump can choose what he wants to do with those. That's our process. And that's what makes this whole argument over Project 2025 so insane and stupid, because you only move policy, according to our Constitution, if the bill starts in one of the houses or if the spending bills start in the House and then they get passed out of the Congress and are signed by the president. That's the process. So people, it's a canard to even make Project 2025 an issue, because all that is, as Prodigal rightly said, is white papers, ideas, things we'd like to see happen. And I 100% endorse Project 2025. And I'm perfectly fine for Donald Trump to limit his agenda to the things he thinks he can most do, because presidents can't do a whole lot. This is a congressional thing. Presidents do not make legislation, period. So anyway, that's my take on this, and I think they're going to do it anyway. Okay, it's not sticking. No one in this country thinks that that's an issue. The abortion issue, by the way, if Kamala Harris keeps bringing it up, it's not going anywhere. And Diligent, I'm going to disagree with you. 2022 was not a red wave because of Republicans, not because of abortion. I mean, it had a little bit of effect, but it wasn't the key issue. It also won't be even more so this year. If it had any effect in 2022, it's because you had grassroots effort with Democrats that were energized because they were upset with the Dobbs decision. That does not exist this time. There are two issues that dominate the minds of the American public right now. Number one is 40% and above are concerned about the economy. Number two is about 15% are concerned about immigration. That's 55% of all issues that Americans care about. And the economy always, when it's a big issue, always drives an election outcome in a presidential election, period. That's always the case. That was the case when Bill Clinton got reelected. That was the case when Ronald Reagan got reelected. It was actually the case when George W. Bush got reelected. And it was the reason why Donald Trump lost in 2020. I mean, beyond, we could talk about all the other issues, and I'm with you on those that are asking. But fundamentally, it would have been too big to steal if the economy weren't so bad because Democrat governors were shutting down their states. That was not Donald Trump's fault, but your average voter looks at the guy or gal in office and they say, am I better or not? That's also going to happen this year because Kamala Harris is the gal in office. Joe Biden is the gal.
It's VP Kamala's economy, stupid, like the raging Cajun would say.
So that's the headwind that Kamala Harris is up against. It's why she's not doing as well as she might otherwise do right now, because the American people know that the Biden economy sucks, no matter what the Biden administration tries to say, or Robert Reich or any other stupid quasi-economist tries.
They had to walk back their job numbers for 18 months.
And to that point, it was the greatest revision. There's a normal annual revision in the Department of Labor, and that 818,000 adjustment that was made over a 12-month period, that was as part of that normal effort that the Department of Labor does every year. Hold on a second. This was the largest, I looked it up. This was the largest readjustment in that annual survey by far that has ever happened in the last 30 years of doing the same adjustment. The highest number ever was in the 400,000 range. And that was a one-off thing. It's usually in the 100,000 to 200,000 range. So, it proves that they've been Jimmy rigging the numbers the best they can to try to make themselves look good. But it is not good. A good thing, you can't fool the people.
I mean, because listen, VP Kamala's got a lot of records to run on. Record illegal immigration, record deaths of despair, record global instability, multi-decade record inflation. And now you're telling me record fraud in regards to job creation numbers. I mean, this is somebody you want to give a promotion and raise. She's going to do even better with more power.
And by the way, the bureaucrats have been changing how, not as much how these labor numbers are calculated, although some of those, and remember, these are estimates. These aren't actual numbers. I mean, they had historically done the best they could to get the actual numbers, but this is a survey and an extrapolation is how the Department of Labor does this. And so the way they calculate it has slightly changed. The numbers that have really changed that are lies now are CPI, Consumer Price Index. There was a time that a very relevant basket of goods was used to determine what the consumer price index was, which is our guide to inflation. And deep staters, bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. have been changing that number over the last 30 years in massive ways to try to make it look better. And that's why everyone knows how bad their inflation is, but they don't know. Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why
the bureaucrats are there regardless of who's in office, but they play ball more with leftists and neocons. They don't play ball with MAGA.
And that's why I would say
I'm just trying to be fair because the Republican Party doesn't impress me.
Yeah, Mitt Romney's in the Republican Party.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. It's a nice back and forth, but I just because Dan is pretty apolitical from what I know, and he came up on stage, and I want to get his perspective because he's always in and out. Dan, welcome to the stage. I want to ask you, what are you looking to hear tonight?
Hey, Diligent, thanks for letting me up. I actually wanted to follow up with a question for Jim, if that's okay.
Go for it.
Jim, you were talking about Project 2025. I'm definitely undereducated on this one. I've never read it myself. I assumed what you said, that it's, they're taking the ball and running with it and fear-mongering. Can you address some of the questions that usually surround that one? Like, they want to consolidate power around Trump, and they want to destroy the Department of Education, which they actually may want to do. Are some of those things true, or are they all exaggerations?
Well, the Department of Education thing is true. You might not remember. By the way, if you didn't hear in my discussion there, I'm on the advisory board of Project 2025, me and my organization. So anyway, I worked for Thomas Massie, and he's been offering a bill every year he's been in Congress to eliminate the Department of Education. It's a one-sentence bill. There's no need for a Department of Education. It's unconstitutional. So that is definitely part of that agenda. Donald Trump comes to that all by himself. He doesn't need Project 2025 to do that. So the second part what you're saying is no, Project 2025 is not trying to consolidate power in Donald Trump in the way that Democrats mean. There is something very important about our Constitution, which a lot of people forget. Our bureaucratic state runs right past the President of the United States, while Article 1, Section 1 of the Constitution says the executive power shall be placed in a President of the United States. So there's a lot to unpack there. I'll be brief. First of all, executive power is only in the sitting president, period. So that's not a consolidation of power into Donald Trump, because the second clause of that sentence, in a President of the United States, this is where we come in. We choose our president. So yes, all executive power should be consolidated into the man or woman we elect as president, because that's what the Constitution says. But on the other side of that, that person cannot stay in office more than 4 years at a time, and by our Constitution for only 2 total terms. So there's no consolidation into Donald Trump's hands. There's a consolidation into what the Constitution says. The executive power shall be placed in a President of the United States. That's what our Constitution does. This bureaucratic state we have has gone way overboard. And in fact, if you really look closely, federal agencies don't only have executive power and authority, and that's what they should have, but they've got judicial authority and they've got legislative authority. They adjust the rules. They don't go by the Congress passed this bill and that's all they do to interpret the regulations. No, they make the regulations. They change them. And if you're wrong, this is why that Chevron decision was so important earlier in the year, which there was a doctrine in law that had come from a decades-old Supreme Court opinion that if the administrative agency related to something that someone's doing, if the administrative agency, they get preference over the interpretation of what happens in a court case. That's been taken away by Chevron. So that actually reduced in a big way a lot of the judicial power that's in these executive branches. But even still, there are administrative judicial opinions that come out of the EPA, all the agencies, and that is not a constitutional authority. Every one of those things should be determined in a court of law with a fair hearing on both sides of the issue, the government issue and the individual or corporate issue that might be on the other side, either as plaintiffs or defendants. So this is not a radical thing. It's constitutional.
Yes. Dan, that was a lot you on. Did you get your question answered though?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. That was super informative.
Let me, if possible, just one thing to add. These powers.
Can you guys try to like dumb that down though?
Yeah, I'm doing it right. These things are already weaponized. Like when you talk about the Department of Education, they want to withhold funding from schools if they don't go along with, trans issues, things of that nature. I mean, it's been weaponized in an extent with current curriculum. Jim brought it up with the EPA. I mean, when they want to put out of business small farmers or tax them for the farts their cows have, right? These things have gone way overboard of what their powers were, and they have been weaponized to attack, people who either a sitting president who wants his administration to do what he actually is empowered to do on their behalf since he's elected, and B, people who aren't political at all but are being basically devastated by this leftist onslaught. I mean, regulatory capture is very real. And if you look at it, not only is it political, and with this, these large multinational corporations that we've seen.
By the way, you should explain regulatory capture for people.
Well, it's basically weaponizing laws that are meant to, regulate or have certain industries function, but just to push
it's where, let me just say this, it's where an industry gets a favorable law passed or a corporate leader in an industry gets a favorable law passed that benefits them to the exclusion of their competitors.
It dictates.
My point is, it doesn't have to be the industry, right? Like, look there. I know Diligent said don't do it, but I posted one article. Like right now, the leftists are pretending that they're centrist for this election, but the stuff they've tried to push in, nobody will pass it legislatively. They won't be done. There is no popular will for it. We've seen how the Green New Deal has failed. What he's done is use federal agencies to basically enter into international treaties on how U.S. laws and regulations are going to pass, specifically for his Green New Deal bullshit and everything else. I mean, this is not just limited to the corporations. The corporations do it more as a barrier of entry, right? You saw this with the big tobacco industry. They pushed a lot of these regulations to require testing that basically would bankrupt the vape industry.
The automobile industry used to do it back in the day too. They're actually one of the first ones to do it.
It makes sense, right? So I'll effectively. And it's clear if you look at government, donations, employee donations, and political leanings. Like, these are people who believe in big state, and right now the U.S. has never been bigger. And do you think it's ever been better? I don't doubt it. Like, whenever I hear people believing that more government power and regulations are going to do well, there's no accountability.
Take a moment to see what's playing in the background. If you look up while he's talking, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Prodigal, but I want to do it while we're saying they were just replaying the J6 conversation in the background. They were kind of focusing on it, talking about him pardoning the J6ers when they get out. So I just want you guys to take a look at the biased nature of the media when it comes to the type of coverage that we're getting as it relates to the debate, because they have not done this with Kamala. I've been sitting here watching it, reading it as we've been talking for a couple of hours now. And again, and this was highlighted, the favorability for reporting on Kamala was like 100% or something near 100%. The unfavorable reporting by this particular news network was 91% unfavorable towards Donald Trump. So I just want you guys to take that caveat with you as we go into this debate. Sorry, Prodigal, I'll let you land your plane, then I'll go to Millie.
No, that was basically it.
I'm sorry.
No, there's no accountability. So at this point,
hold on, Millie. Let's go to Mike. Mike, I'm sorry, you're hidden.
Wait, Diligent, can I just say something? I put it down in the bubble, but actually BlackRock was originally funded by Blackstone. Larry Fink entered into a 50-50 deal with the people who had Blackstone. So they actually started from the same company, and BlackRock broke off from Blackstone in order to handle risk management.
So there's your,
I apologize
from Jen. She's correcting us. Make sure you check that out. She was itching to get that out.
She got you, Diligent.
Thank you, Jen. You were right. We were wrong in front of 1,000 people. Let's go to Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, Diligent. Yeah, appreciate that, Jen, for always jumping in and taking my freaking line. But good to see you, Diligent, Penny, Wolf. My God, there are some beautiful people in this freaking room right now. And Diligent, I was reading the screen, because when Prodigal and Jim start talking, sometimes it's like it makes me feel like an idiot because they're so freaking super smart with all of this stuff. And it's like my mind catches about 30% of it, and I'm smarter, but then I feel dumber. So but I was reading that stuff like you were doing on the background, Hey, and that cat that was Mike. Turn your volume down on your microphone a little bit. Your
Yeah, it's a little too much.
Is it? I'm a hot person.
There you go. That's better.
Can't turn down this kind of heat, believe it. Appreciate that, Dougzilla. So I was reading that thing in the background too, and they were talking about like literally this is less than an hour before they're going to the debate, right? So people are tuning in right now, they're watching ABC to kind of get this feedback on this debate. This guy is talking about this guy is going to go in there and weaponize, like he's going to weaponize the Justice Department. He's literally talking about putting his opponents in jail and imprisoning his opponent. Like, this is literally within an hour of coming up in the debate. They are, like you were talking about, Diligent, they're going straight bias, straight, like, this is mind-blowing to me, like this is absolutely mind-blowing to me that the host network is literally just doing Trump bashing on the ramp up into the debate. So I find that absolutely fascinating. But I did want to ask you, Diligent, and Jim and Prodigal as well. And so Kamala has, if you remember when Kamala was in, when she was basically grilling people on Capitol Hill, when she would do her little song and dance and stuff like that, she always has these one-liners prepared, whether it be Joe Biden a racist or whoever she's grilling as a part of, some congressional hearing or whatever. So what I'm wondering, I'm really interested tonight, what is what is going to be her go-to move? She's got to have one. And I'm like, what is the topic? How is she going to attack Trump? Is it going to be felon? Is it because he's a felon? Is it going to be abortion? Like, where's her go-to line that she has prepared? You know, her freedom.
Project 2025, I believe.
Project 2025. So she's gonna go ahead and condemn him and say that he's all in on it, and that's her. Now let me ask a real quick question, and I'm done here.
Other than abortion,
the felon thing, I think
True.
it'll be the felon, the criminal. Actually, if I had to guess, it would be the transition of power. Right? They're gonna make it look like he's the election denier, the J6.
Yeah, who the hell transitioned party for the left? We don't even know who's running the country.
But,
She's out campaigning, and Biden's on vacation.
I'm not making these arguments. Okay, hold on, calm down. I'm not making these arguments. He's asking us to speculate.
Yeah, I'm just giving the counter I would give.
What attack she's going to take, and I think the ones that probably stick with independence the most are probably the J6 things, right? The election denier thing, like the stuff that we all know is BS. But they have repeated for year after year after year after year. Even before he announced that he was going to run again, they were still playing it.
Yeah, but it's been 4 years now. We've seen what's happened in Maricopa County. We saw what happened in Harris County. We saw the primaries.
We have prodigal, but you got to remember this is being broadcast to the regular.
He's going to have counters. I think. Listen, even Politico, and it was at WAPO, did an article like 3 weeks ago where they had hackers openly admitting like all the vulnerabilities we've been talking about exist. Like, what are they going to say? The election was hacked, but I thought you said it wasn't connected to the internet. They don't have the same type of arguments I think they do.
The one that I love is how they're saying that, you know, they've been playing on nonstop is that Russia's going to interfere with our elections right now. How is that possible?
If you can't protect us from Russia now, how are we going to protect us later, VP?
Go ahead, Mike, and then if that answers your question, I'm going to go to Kay next because she's been super patient. I'm sorry, Kay.
Yeah, this is the last thing, is Trump's luck somehow played out again, and he's got the last word. If he does not go straight Reagan and go the 4 years at the very end, bring in that peace and unity thing and go with the, is your life better now than it was 4 years ago? If he does not go straight Reagan with that last word, I think he's
going to pull a kitten out of his jacket and pet it. It's going to be a flawless victory.
Oh my God!
Pull that cat out.
Pull that cat out. Kitten out of the jacket, pets it when he says that. Game over, bro. Fatality.
Let's go.
Go ahead, Kay.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Welcome.
Oh, okay. So a few things. First, I'm a little bit concerned about the debate. Just the platform. I believe Kamala's friends with someone that owns a part of ABC or something. So she's really, really close to someone behind it. And since Hillary had that debate where they gave her a town hall, whatever, that they Roland Martin and Donna Brazile had given her the questions, I've been concerned ever since then that they'll do the same thing in this case. So I don't know. I don't think that we're going to see Trump demolish her in the way that he would be able to if I didn't believe that she had a script or something, because I believe that she knows the questions. But that's my assumption. The Project 2025 thing, I think it's really ridiculous that they're fear-mongering about this. A lot of people, when they bring it up, I've only heard one thing, and it's been about the Board of Education, I believe, and whatever department. But the thing about it is, I believe that Trump wanted to dismantle that when he ran the last time, if I'm not mistaken. So, and for them to make that, you know, an agenda of a think tank, to me, it's like, okay, well, if you're going to run on that and you're going to fearmonger about it, there's going to be a Project 2028. It's always going to be a possibility, because they're always going to have the ear of the Republican Party. They've been around since like the 70s. The Heritage Foundation has been. So what are they doing to earn? I'm actually on the left, but I'm like far left. What are they doing to earn my vote besides fear-mongering me about something that really, at the end of the day, it doesn't have any teeth to me? Because you're not even telling me what it really is, and I'm not about to read 900 pages. And
So
really,
if
at the end of the day,
you
it's not
are
scary.
on the left, what are you trying to hear tonight? What are you looking to hear from the Harris administration?
Well, nothing. I want to see her fail. I'm not voting. I'm not going to vote for them anymore. Like, they've literally rigged their election since 2016. Ever since I saw when I decided I wasn't going to vote Democrat was the day that they kicked Biden out. When he finally left, I said, because I knew in 2020 that his mind was gone. And the fact that they had this man pretending that he was okay, and they basically just ran all this game on people, and they were gaslighting people like me that were calling it out for 4 years. Once that happened and they made her the nominee without having an actual process, she was one of the people that ran in the primary. She got 0 votes. She couldn't even carry her own state. So now you're going to run this woman that literally did not earn anybody's vote. If we keep voting for people that are willing to trick us and to deceive us to this level, this degree, we're not going to have any sense of democracy. I mean, we don't have one right now, but you know what I mean? But it's only going to get worse. And so I feel like Democrats will do anything to hold on to power, including throwing all these bullshit charges on Trump, trying to keep him off the ballot. They do the same thing with the Green Party. How can I continue to vote for a party like that when they're disenfranchising me as a voter? So the only thing I'd want to see is I would want to see a real debate, which I don't believe I'm going to see. So I would just want to see Trump really make the case that he had a better economy than she has right now. Her illegal immigration, she was the border czar. I know people, want to stray away from that, but the truth is she was the border czar. They've said it over and over again. And then as soon as, it started becoming a thing because it became a big problem, then they started saying, oh, no, she was never the border czar. Axios wrote up friggin' articles calling her the border czar. And then they said, oh, she never was a border czar. And then the fact checkers said, like, you all said that she was the border czar. So it's just
They have been trying to separate her from her incumbency and the titles that she had during. You're absolutely right. And you're also right about what they did to Biden. I think it's one of the most blatant examples of how they do cheat, even within their own party. And you can see how that played out with Bernie Sanders back in the day. He was the first public victim of it. So I think you made a lot of poignant points and hang out.
And then the last thing I wanted to say is abortion. Yeah, abortion. I know it's going to be an issue, and I think that's probably the only reason that Kamala could win, because I do think she's trying to get that suburban white woman vote. To be honest with you, just because I don't think the thought vote is going to save
them this time, though. There's too much going on. I don't think the thought vote.
I
think Trump has done a really good job with messaging on trying to counter that. But I do have to get through some of the other hands. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Oh no, I was trying to say real quick. Obama could have codified it. He said he was going to. So if that was an issue, he should have codified it when he.
There you go. Missed opportunity. Go ahead, Auntie Woke. You're next.
Hey, thanks for letting me have a chance. I've been having problems on my end getting connected, so appreciate it. I know I was screaming and yelling trying to get a mic, but anyway, so I'm gonna kind of bring the tone down and refocus on the debate. I think it's very interesting. I saw Laura Trump gave an outstanding interview, basically laying out the tactics and the points that she made for Trump was, so they like to overshadow the fact that Trump's already been president. So Kamala's in a bad situation because she's been saying so many things and people know the truth about the border. So she's in defense the whole time. So all Trump has to do is, and she said he's going to stick to matching, not personal attacks, but matching what his policy was, what his achievements are to make her, quote, her achievements, which, she's all over the place. So I thought that was very interesting. Now, she did say Trump will probably take advantage of a zinger, but I thought it was really interesting. Number one, he doesn't really have to get in a back and forth with her. All he has to do is quote the record and straighten the facts. And I thought that's a real wise approach for him, because he doesn't have to be the Trump with the zingers he was before, because he didn't have a record to stand on. Now, all of his policies, he's just going to educate people. Their main goal, basically what she said, was that that's really the only time that you can have independents and people that may not be privy to the truth, like all us studious people are. So he's not, she said he's not going to be approaching this as a back and forth. So he's got his record and he's got the facts. So he's just going to stick to correcting the facts. Kamala is going to have a tough night because she's in defense of policies that she can't defend. So she's taken every stance on every issue, and her work.
Yeah, she has a horrible track record that she has to defend, and it's undefensible. And I think that she's going to spend a lot of the evening trying to act like that she hasn't been incumbent for the last 3 years. I'm gonna land your plane real quick, and then I'm going to continue to go through the hands. Go ahead.
Yeah. So then another thing that she's, because I heard a lot of people's angst about this, that lost my train of thought. Hold on, just give me 1 second.
All right. Well,
so she brought up that they are fully aware questions they're getting, and that's why prep was easy, because they're just sticking to the track record. But in their opinion, with her being a prosecutor and the way she's handled before, she's going to want to have those clickbait moments to where they can repost and segment. I'm speaking, trying to put Trump in a light to where he's demeaning towards women and somehow. And she also said they're going to reiterate the fact that abortion is not an issue because it's up to the states. So I think that is going to be an interesting debate, and I think it's going to be more factual. I don't think it's going to be, and let's face it, off script, she's not going to last.
Well, we'll have to see. I think that they've been working with her in that regard over the last month. We'll have to see how her skills, how it's worked out for her. Thanks for coming up and adding that. Let's go.
Hey, thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Vinny and then Kevin. Or wait, Prodigal. I know. Okay, whatever. Are you quick?
Sorry,
Prodigal?
one more thing. How do I watch?
Bro, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I gotta move on.
I need to know how to watch it on here, man.
Huh?
I need to know how to watch it on here.
Yeah. I'm glad that you asked that. So if you guys can't watch it, you're on Android. You can watch it if you log in on PC or web. If you log in on X on your Chrome browser or whatever browser you have on your phone or on your laptop or personal PC, you can watch it on the web in the space. So just come back to the space, log into X on the internet via the web browser, right? Or if you have iOS, you can watch it with us. So if you have Android, you can log in on your web browser and then still watch the debate with us in the space. Thanks for asking that. I was going to say it anyways. I'm glad you reminded me. Shout out to you. Go ahead, Prodigal, real quick, and then we'll go to Kevin and Vinny.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch one thing Kay said. I mean, it's all about framing, right? They make it sound like they make it sound like a bad thing. Abolish the Department of Education, but all that does is empower the state and the local communities to meet their own educational needs how they see fit. Right now, there's a bureaucracy in DC that really doesn't care about kids' education, because if you see what they've done with testing, like it's record lows, like they don't care, and everybody's witnessed what this type of centralized big state control does. America's not a one-size-fits solution for everything. The lockdowns, right? They locked down rural America, suburbs, cities. They kept kids out of school, and this was all done with the blessing of the federal government, when it clearly this should have never applied. So when they use scare tactics like that, like, do you think you know how to spend your money better than somebody in DC who knows nothing about you, nothing about the community, nothing about the kids and what they need to know? That's basically it. The money's just going to go back into the state and those communities so they can invest it better than some ideologue in DC.
Thank you for that. Penny, can you help me run the space for a minute?
Yeah, let's go, Vinny. What's up, man?
Not too much. I feel like I got a little bit of experience. I just got done knocking doors for 6 hours. And I will tell you guys that the number one thing that they are concerned about, even the men, unfortunately, is abortion. And that's honestly, I don't even know how to talk to these people about it. That's all they care about, even though there was a girl I literally talked to 20 minutes ago. She goes, well, I want to make sure there's abortion access. And I told her, that's
you
for
get
the
her
states,
number,
right? And she, F no, she's fat. Anyways, I'm also married. Anyways, thanks for throwing me off. But anyway, she sat there and she looked at me kind of funny. And then she went, yeah, but access is the most important thing. And I said, well, that's a states' rights issue. I was like, if Republicans were to try and ban it, the Supreme Court could use literally the same statute to make it so that the ban would go away too. And she kind of just looked at me and then she just went, well, women's rights are the most important things to me. And so I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris. I went, all right, have a good day. And I had a independent who said the same thing, but luckily he was British. And he said, now that it's a smaller thing, that he's probably going to vote Trump. But if Trump's messaging on it isn't good, he doesn't know. So, like, the abortion thing is our number one losing issue. It's all I've heard from Democrats as I've knocked their doors. We really got to figure out a way to combat that, because that's what I'm seeing everywhere. I had one person say education was a Democrat. And besides that, there are undecideds. I've run into 3 now. I don't even know how that's possible. So tonight's very important. Every single person I talk to is going to be watching the debate. So Trump better have the debate of his life, and I hope he is able to stay on the issues. But it's Donald Trump. I think he's probably going to get at least one zinger. And I think the thing that she's going to do is she's going to try and hit with abortion over the head. I think she's going to also just call him a rapist. And I think she's going to be like, and rapists need to be prosecuted, and that's what I'm going to do. Because that's who she is. Talking to these people and getting the ideas, guys, they're embedded. They have been completely brainwashed into thinking that Trump is the most evil thing in the world. And even though they say the economy is their number one thing, they can't get past it. So I don't know how to do it. Maybe if I was a woman, it would be an easier thing. But
I will say a question for you, buddy. So I want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said every Democrat you talk to is concerned about abortion, right?
Yep.
How many Republicans that you talk to?
Oh, 0.
Yeah, okay, so here's the thing.
Well, more importantly, how many independents did you talk to?
Well, no. That's not the most important thing. Listen, here's the deal. Nowhere. I mean, that is definitely an experience you had. I'm not trying to say the experience is wrong, but it's entirely anecdotal. When polls are conducted, abortion doesn't hardly even show up. It doesn't even get 5%. When national polls of all people are conducted to say, what is the most important issue to you? And it's always 40+% the economy. It's been that way for months and months and months now. Abortion hasn't even risen up. Abortion had a little bit of an uptick in 2022, and it did play a role. But if Kamala Harris is going to make abortion the issue, she's going to lose big, because there are definitely people in this country that care about abortion. What they really care about is the fact that they can't afford gas, that their credit card bills keep going up and they don't know what to do about it, and their wages haven't gone up compared to what they need to spend. That's it. So no, don't sit around and wring your hands over the abortion issue. I'm not saying it doesn't matter at all. It matters, and it's a visceral issue. So even though it's lower in those numbers for certain people, in the numbers of what people care about, it is an emotional issue for people. But I'm just telling you guys, the economy is the issue. If Donald Trump talks about the economy, if he stays on the economy and throws in the immigration thing, Kamala Harris will look like a fool. That's the number one thing that he needs to do. If she brings up abortion or Project 2025, all that is this scary crap that she wants to throw up. And American people see through this ultimately. They know when politicians are just being shallow and I want to make you so scared that you'll vote for me. You cannot win elections by saying how scared people should be about voting for the other guy, unless you can also give reasons for people to vote for you. If you have one candidate that says the scary things, but then gives a vision for the future and what they can do, that person will beat the one who only says the scary things, hands down, every time. This is 30 years of experience. It's not 100%, but but when everything is equal, it always turns out that way. And I'm just telling you, if Donald Trump gets off script and he gets caught up in these things, then yeah, that would be a big problem for him for the rest.
And I think that's going to be their aim. I think that's going to be their aim.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're trying to pull him off of it because what I know, every single person, Democrat or Republican, when I said economy, was always sitting there going, like, the Republicans were more economy border they couldn't choose, and Democrats were abortion economy. And that's literally the only thing. So I hope he goes really, really hard.
Democrats are the only people who care so much about abortion. Some independents, but it is almost entirely Democrats. That's the point. And even they, when you have a mix of Republicans and Democrats in these national polls, even they don't put it as their top issue. It's just visceral for them, and they're not voting for Donald Trump anyway. So those people don't even matter in what you're doing anecdotally. Now, the independents do matter, but I would say the polls show that that is not a dominating issue. Now, they are going to try to take Donald Trump off this, but this closed mic thing works in his favor even in that regard, because whatever attempt she makes, unless he can't go ranting, he's got a limited amount of time to respond to it, and then they're going to move on, hopefully, to another question. Now, if ABC makes this entire thing about abortion and Project 2025,
they won't. They didn't do that in the last one. I don't think they'll do that now.
No, I understand that, but
they
that
have
would
to
be
give
the only way.
They have to give a semblance of looking fair, right? At least a semblance.
They do. Now, don't count on them to do that, but yeah, they do.
Yeah, but hold on real quick, Jim. I just want to, because I just noticed we have over 2,000 people in the space. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to use it as an opportunity to reset the space and kind of just welcome everybody. We do have the live video of the debate streaming into the space. If you cannot watch it on your Android, log into the X app through your web browser or on your PC or even on your Android phone. If you log in through your web browser, you will be able to watch the debate in the space with us in real time. Bottom right corner, repost the space. Let's get as many people in here as we can. We're going to have live coverage throughout, and we're going to be going for a few hours afterwards. I told Penny, my bro, that it was going to be an all-night thing. Oh, he just declined the co-host, too. He's trying to bail out of here. You're not getting away that easy, Penny. But, yeah, we are going to be covered all night. We're going to have some Democrats in here to debate it with us here in a little while. I promised one of them the co-host spot. That way it was fair. That way they could moderate as well. I think that's only fair. But yeah, man, just welcome everybody. We just hit the 23-minute count for the countdown. So the debate's going to be popping off here shortly. Hang tight. Get your popcorn ready. Should be pretty.
You're going to give the bingo cards out or what?
Pretty entertaining. Well, if you're drinking, I think that you guys drink. I don't drink, but get
if
your
they say abortion
ready. But hold on. Let's go to Jen real quick. She's been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, I mean, for Kamala Harris to stand up on that stage and be like, you need to elect me because I'll do something about abortion is absolutely ridiculous. And it's really negating the fact that she is vice president and arguably, not officially, but acting president, because Joe Biden is nowhere to be found. I don't think Joe knows where Joe is, right? So why do voters have to elect her for another 4 years when she's had 3 years and she's currently a vice president? Why do they have to, fall for her lies, elect her again in the hopes that she's actually going to do something sometime when she has a perfect opportunity to do something now?
Better yet, it's not even an issue. The president of the United States can't override the Supreme Court.
Well, I mean, just on any issue.
But my point to it is the abortion is off the table presidential. It is not on the table. The Supreme Court has adjudicated.
Yeah,
but
they're too stupid to know it. But
if we got that message out,
exactly.
maybe the Democrats would shut their mouth. That's all I'm saying. There's no point in arguing.
Understand the system.
He didn't tell you to shut your mouth. He was talking about Democrats, but
I would never tell you to shut your mouth, Jen. You know that.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be on the other end of that if you did. Let's go to Dan Ball. Welcome to the stage, sir. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on, Dan. Patty. Now, you guys, I have a really crazy rig set up for streaming the video into the debate. So bear with me if I don't call on you right away, or if I don't bring you up, it's because I can't really see what's going on with the way that I'm doing this. So please have patience. But you can also DM Penny or tag him. He's ultimately responsible. You can blame him if he doesn't. We don't get to you fast enough. Let's go to Patty. Go ahead, man. Thank you for being patient.
Hey, I appreciate it. Diligent, thank you for hosting this space. You know, I'm new to X. I think I found my people. I love these conversations. Penny, thanks for bringing me up. I just want to tell you guys how I think the debate's going to go. Okay, I think Kamala Harris is going to lean heavily on rhetoric and emotional appeals. You know, I think she does know how to deliver speeches that sounds good and appeals to emotions to her base, her target audience. But the real challenge for her isn't just saying the right things, it's defending the actual record of the Biden administration, especially on critical issues like the border crisis and inflation. And, you know, we've seen this over and over again. When the conversation gets tough for her, she's either hiding or she will shift towards an emotional talking point rather than addressing the facts. I think we're going to see a lot of lies tonight. I think they're not going to fact check her like they're fact checking Trump. We've seen this, and let's be real. Trump doesn't play this game. He's not going to let her get away with this fluffy rhetoric. He's going to shift the conversation towards actual policy failure, which is exactly where Kamala is most vulnerable. For example, the border. We're looking at an administration that promised to fix the immigration system, but instead has let it spiral out of control. You know, we're seeing record numbers of illegal crossings, overwhelmed border towns. I got some friends in a border town right now who send me I need to post them on here, the craziest photos. Like, this is real for a lot of people. And man, we're in the situation that feels more like chaos than leadership. How is Kamala going to justify that? Emotional appeals won't stop the crisis at the border. And I really hope tonight that the voters see it. You know, inflation, Kamala and the Democrats can talk all they want about building back better. But I think, man, Americans are feeling the pinch every time we go to the grocery store. Every time I fill up my gas tank, you know, prices are through the roof. Wages aren't keeping up. These are real everyday struggles for millions of people that are going to be watching tonight. The economy has suffered enough. Families are suffering. And I think the contrast is going to be clear in closing. On one hand, you'll have Kamala trying to stir up emotions. And then on the other hand, Trump's going to be laying out hard facts about policy failures that affect us all. I mean, I really hope that. The question is this: will Americans see through the rhetoric and look at her record? Because at the end of the day, emotional appeals can only take you so far. You can't talk your way out of a border crisis. Sorry, my son just walked in here. You can't fix inflation with the feel-good speech. Trump's going to force the real issues at the forefront. That's where Kamala, I think, is going to face her biggest challenge tonight. So, Diligent, what do you think? You think voters are going to prioritize her emotional appeals and her rhetoric, or you think they're going to look at the hard facts of their policy failures?
No, the voters that care about kitchen table issues, the rhetoric and the emotional appeal works for people who are already liberals. She doesn't have any centrist or independent appeal on her own. They both have, her and her vice president are seen as extremists by most. So that's an issue that she can't really get away from too hard. I feel like she's probably going to just make a bunch of promises, and I think the majority of the time she'll be trying to goad Trump into showing his ass. If I had to bet on a strategy, their entire strategy is going to revolve around getting Trump to react emotionally. And well said. I actually saw some hundreds and some faces from people in the speaker panel. I think that Prodigal just fell in love with you, maybe. I don't know. Let's go to, thank you for that, Patty. Let's go to Mike Trev. He said no. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, Diligent, just in the DMs with Penny about the video feed, but I'm going to verify that and then come back around to it in a second. But I think that it's going to be about fear. J6, women's rights, Trump being untrustworthy or a felon. I think it's going to be purely emotional appeal with some unsubstantiated claims in the back end that will never be able to be brought into play. I don't think that Harris has anything substantial to offer in policy because she's already in office, so to speak. But I think you're going to see a lot of emotional appeal to people that are scared. That's my feeling on it.
Right on. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was just saying as well. Go ahead, Honey Badger. Welcome. Southern, I don't know if we can hear you now, but go ahead after Honey Badger. Go ahead,
Thanks, Phil. Thank you. Just a couple of things. Number one, I think that it is shocking to me that more Democrats aren't really crying out for the fact that they didn't even get a primary. She is a notoriously bad debater. If you recall what Tulsi did to her in 2016, she made her look like a fool. She only had 1% of the primary. They've never wanted her. And when you consider, the number of, whatever talking points she wants to have as the border czar, as, the czar of AI, how weird is that? All of the things that she has been appointed to do have been epic failures. And so I don't think she's going to be, I agree with you very much, Diligent, when you say she's going to try to get him she's going to try to get him flustered and make him look like a bully. I don't think she will be successful. He's not stupid. I think also, taking a step forward, I think that when they get on any topic, give facts, figures, statistics, details, we'll hear the word salading go on hyperdrive, and she's going to make herself look foolish. And the fact of the matter is, now we have Tulsi on our side. Now we have RFK on our side. And so everybody likes to point at the never Trumpers. Well, if you really look at the state of the Democrat Party, you would also make the argument there are never Kamalas, just by virtue of the fact that now, the cool Democrats, if you will, have all put their support behind Trump. So that's all I have for you. Thanks, Dill.
Thank you for that. Millie's hand went right up real quick. Millie, if you want to respond to that directly, if not, I'll go to the next hand. Okay, let's go to Jen. She is. Go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, Honey Badger, you're right. She is a notoriously bad debater. And this is almost the Democrat Party, right, pushing the baby bird out of the nest, right? So either that bird is going to fly and she's going to beat Donald Trump on that stage and she's going to go, or she's going to crash and burn. And the Democrats get to walk away from all of this and say it was all Joe and Kamala's fault. Let's move on to 2028. And since they represent the woke part of the Democrat Party can now separate themselves from that woke agenda, blaming it all on Kamala and the Biden administration, and they get to start with a new clean slate, and she's like the sacrificial goat of the Democrat Party.
Point of order, it's a sacrificial lamb. The goat doesn't do anything, just for the record.
There's a scapegoat.
Okay, well, I don't ever want to compare Kamala to anything Jesus, because that bitch is so far away from Jesus, we ain't going there.
But you were mixing metaphors.
Oh, we have Brian. We have a Democrat with us. We are going to be respectful, everybody. To Brian and Brian, you are going to be respectful of everybody else. That is the rule. Mike, I'm going to let you go real quick. And then, wait, did you already go, Mike? You already went. Southern, you were next. Go ahead, Southern.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody. I spent 4 hours today on Harris Pro Spaces, and I will spend the next week detoxing. The biggest thing that came across is Trump will be dictator day one. So Trump has to present himself as president, not dictator. The second thing was the lack of compassion for immigrants. But in the New York Post, Kamala stated she wants to fast track immigration, and she's doubled down on it. So she can't walk from that. Also, too, we're not talking about Title IX. We have a wonderful situation going on in Minnesota right now with a mother who sued with Tim Walz and everybody about their children for Title IX plus sports and other things that are going on. And Title IX affects young girls in suburban homes. That's women. And that has to be put on the table because Kamala's against it. That's 100% against it. So that's very important as well. I do think with RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard was a protege of Hillary Clinton, who'll never get over it, are 100% on board with Trump, but also want to continue to contribute moving forward. We have a coalition of people like Elon Musk and other talent, David Sack. These are all good people, and they bring expertise, strengths to come in, but they also do fear, are we going to cannibalize the government? The government overhired this year by 40%, just to let you know how big it is. And that needs to be cut out immediately because we're paying for that and we're not getting any benefit from it. It was to support the DEI requirements for hiring, or their departments would lose funding. So they didn't really fire people. They just brought in a lot of new people, and that's a big problem. But the bottom line is, I would love for Trump at the end to close it, talking about his love for this country, talk about the event of being shot and how he got up, fight, but to take a step back and talk about Corey and the 2 other people hurt, and his commitment to do this with everything that's been going against him. He is still standing there for us, our country, our flag. He has built an incredible national but global in foreign affairs that they trust. And we know that because leaders have been flying in.
I'm just cutting in. We have 10-minute warning, you guys. So
okay.
In less than 10 minutes, not you, Southern, just
okay.
unless.
But
hold on, Southern, please. In less than 10 minutes, we're going to be the debate will be launching, so I will mute everybody. But
okay.
We are going to be able to broadcast it into the space on video for the speaker panel. If the video is showing up as vertical, just turn your phone sideways during the debate, and then you can still watch it and listen to it live. For our listeners, if you are on an Android device, you can log in on the phone or on the web browser, or use your PC. But on your phone, you can use the web browser to sign into X and watch the video of the debate in the space with us live in real time. Bottom right corner, repost the space. Let's get more people in here. It's kind of glitchy. I'm not dropping people. You guys are glitching out on your own. It's kind of glitchy. But anyways, go ahead, Southern. I'll let you land your plane, and then I'm going to go through the rest of it.
Yeah, the last thing is, a couple of people brought this up, the word fear. That is what they are trying to sell, that if you choose Trump, you don't have the life you want. So fear, fear, fear. As long as he comes across as presidential and shows that he loves his country, he'll win the debate. More importantly, the election. Because it does come down to the economy and all these other things, but people are making emotional responses. And I read the studies. It comes down to debates, not commercials and ads. They really want to look and see, I want that. After I spent 4 hours doing this, I had 47 people respond back to me that they were sitting out this election as Democrats because they could not vote for Kamala, but they're a Democrat. Others are moving, and others are moving in to now vote for Trump.
Thank you, Southern. Brian, you were next. Request the microphone. I don't know what happened. It looks like you glitched down. I'll bring you right back up. But I want to take a moment. Welcome Wolf to the stage, Wolf Financial. He is also another one of the more apolitical people I know. He doesn't really jump into politics too much. He cares more about making money, to be honest with you. And so, Wolf, I got to ask you, what are you hoping to hear from both of these candidates tonight during the debate?
Yeah, do you want to
Can you hear me okay? Everything's kind of glitching. I can't really hear people.
Somebody else while we're waiting for you. Go ahead, Wolf.
Yeah, I'm still getting that feedback from Brian. But
yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on. Let me just kind of fix it for a minute.
Everything seems very.
Everybody, keep your mics muted until until other noticed otherwise. Go ahead, Wolf. You're next.
Yeah, you nailed the point exactly on its head, and it's just like my approach in the stock market, right? Bulls win, bears win, pigs get slaughtered. And so in this case, it's not necessarily like I'm looking, hey, I need one side to come out and be like, wow, they won. I'm looking for policy that's actually going to affect the economy, because at the end of the day, that's what's going to affect us on a day-to-day basis. And of course, the stock market and things along those lines. I want to hear about fiscal policy. I care a lot less about some of the social items that they're going to discuss and pieces along those lines. I want someone to commit to actually taking the steps that it's going to take to bring down inflation, right? Because they both say that's our goal, that's what we're going to do. But we've now seen presidential regimes under really both these areas that has done the opposite of that, right? The most money printed ever in the world. I would like to see them attack and target on that and just lean into the things that ultimately are going to affect people on a day-to-day basis, because politics seems like it's a bed of hot topics and then the things that actually affect us on a day-to-day basis. And so I'd like to lean into those and get a better understanding of fiscal policy, understanding of the American people, the day-to-day person, how they're going to make things affordable for us. When it comes to housing, right? Things are getting out of control there. I'd like their takes on interest rates and what they believe the Fed should be doing in those areas. So those are the things that I would really appreciate if they were able to touch on.
I think so. So the economy, right, and solutions for the economy is what you hope they focus on the most, or what you're looking for.
Yeah, the economy, the price of living wages right now. I want to understand more of their plans when it comes to some of these items. There's so much back and forth on minimum wages, job availability. We have AI coming in. There's going to be an entire sweep there of job loss, but also some job creation. I genuinely don't know if either of these candidates fully grasp these items. So I'm actually pretty curious to hear their attempted takes we'll put out there on stage as they try to gain voters, but also sound somewhat intellectual.
You don't feel that Trump has done that to an extent?
I mean, money printer went burr pretty strong, if that's what you're asking.
No, I mean, that I agree with. For housing, he's already said, which I think you recognize, a lot of these major U.S. cities are going to need the federal subsidies and a cash infusion to repurpose all this dead commercial real estate. I think when you deal with housing supply, you're an economics guy, supply and demand. When you're letting in 3 million illegals and 1 million legal immigrants, and you're building 1.4 to 1.7 million housing units, you're never going to have enough. He's spoken about unleashing U.S. energy. I think he's clear about ending the war in Ukraine. And you might have a reinsertion of Russia, maybe in that peace deal, and some normalization of energy prices, et cetera. Like, I think, maybe it hasn't been front and center, but he has laid this out, at least how it could affect people almost immediately, right?
Yeah, there's some pieces, especially with housing, that I'm excited to touch on. There was a proposal that was put out, I believe, by Kamala or Kamala's team, that they were saying, oh, we're going to have the pricing of houses, or we're going to give a $25K, subsidy for first-time home buyers. A lot of things which are just unreasonable, right? Of course, you're just going to take the value of my home that I've already owned for 20 years, and you're going to have that. How does that work, right? Or everybody's just going to bump up the prices 25%. So yeah, I hear some of the things you're saying. I'm interested to hear them talk a little bit of it out in practice as how they're actually going to institute it. I'd also be curious to get an understanding of, hey, if we end up with a split House Senate here, how do you plan on actually getting bills through that are going to make sense and to both sides so that we can get bipartisan support? These are a lot of the pieces, but good points, Prodigal.
Okay. No, I think that, between that and regulatory capture, I mean, in his first term, I think he eliminated 7 of these useless, burdensome regulations for every one new one. I mean, Biden has weaponized the SEC, the EPA. You're aware of this. You look at the carbon pricing they're pushing, their attacks on nuclear, their attacks on, they're closing off, one of the largest coal basins in the U.S. They have lawsuits that they're embracing, dealing with offshore drilling. I mean, there's a lot of cost burdens that Americans are feeling in their every day-to-day that they might not see. I mean, immigration alone, right? You have an influx of 13 million people into U.S. cities. That means you need to hire more cops, more teachers, more special education, more ESL.
2-minute warning, you guys. 2-minute warning.
No,
Diligent, did you want to give Brian a minute or no?
Yeah, Brian, go ahead. Last words. One of the last words is to you. Go ahead, Brian. Listen to how fair Wolf is. He's got you back. Did we lose Brian again? Request, Brian. I'll bring you back up. I didn't drop you. I don't know what's going on with you, brother.
Clear the speaker on stage for me.
Clear the cache. He's dropped. Lindsay, welcome. Lindsay, what are you hoping to hear from this debate? We're running out of time. By the way, go ahead.
I just want to hear somebody crack on business. That's what I want. I want to hear business, economy, entrepreneurship, venture capital. Tell me what we're going to do. Tell me how we're going to make money. Tell me how we're getting out of this. That's what I want. Got it.
Who do you think is more apt to do that, Kamala or Trump?
100% Donald Trump, hands down. Unless Kamala took a business class in the last week somehow. I have no idea. But I mean, she is surprising me. But I mean, not in a good way, in a bad way. So. Anyway, I'm here.
How many shots do we have to do every time she cackles?
Do 2 shots, Prodigal.
Yeah, we'll be dead in like 10 minutes.
On stage, that is gonna ruin her. She hopefully they said don't do that. Hopefully they're training her not to do that.
That was gonna be my
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Can you imagine the look on Trump's face as she cackles? Dude, go.
Yeah, no laughing.
Brian, 1 minute and counting. Hold on, you guys. Brian, go ahead. You have 45. You have 30 seconds, Brian. 30
All
seconds.
right. All I'm going to ask, and I'll have Jim be my witness here because I know Jim's a relatively fact-based person, and I give him respect for that. I ask Jim and you, Diligent. Does Trump state end goals instead of policies? I'm going to eliminate inflation. It'll be 0. I'm going to create millions of jobs. Is he going to say
seconds, Brian,
the end goal?
Sounds good to me.
Is he going to say the end goal without saying any actual policies that will get him there? Or is he going to actually say policy?
All right,
and you guys quote me on that. All right? You can quote me on that.
I'm sorry, you guys. We don't have time to debate. Brian, hang out, though, because I will let you debate afterwards. We're going to have decorum, you guys. By the way, if you're on Android, just get on the web and you can watch the debate in the space with us. This is unprecedented. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Tonight, the high-stakes showdown here in Philadelphia.
Give me a thumbs up if the audio is good.
And former President Donald Trump, their first face-to-face meeting in this presidential election, their first face-to-face meeting ever.
A historic race for president upended just weeks ago. President Biden withdrawing after his last debate. Donald Trump now up against a new opponent.
The candidates separated by the smallest of margins, essentially tied in the polls nationally and in the key battlegrounds, including right here in Pennsylvania, all still very much in play. The ABC News presidential debate starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. The most consequential moment of this campaign. Kamala Harris.
Together, we will chart a new way forward.
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic.
Good evening, I'm David Bjoren. Thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on ABC and around the world tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris. It's a good debate. Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are looking forward to a spirited and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their number one issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid.
And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing, and the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children. My passion, one of them, is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit. My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump sales tax, which would be a 20% tax on everyday goods that you rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year, because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that. We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because it was so much money they can't. It would totally destroy everything that they've set out to do. They're taking in billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history. We were at 21%, but that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people, for the middle class, but for every class. On top of that, we have millions of people pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield, Ohio. You look at Aurora in Colorado. They are taking over the towns. They're taking over buildings. They're going in violently. These are the people that Xi and Biden led into our country, and they're destroying our country. They're dangerous. They're at the highest level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but I would like to let Vice President Harris respond on the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And what we have done is clean up Donald Trump's mess. What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook, a bunch of lies, grievances, and name calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again. I believe very strongly that the American people want a president who understands the importance of bringing us together, knowing we have so much more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute here to respond.
Number one, I have nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to read it. This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas, I guess some good, some bad, but it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book. Everybody knows what I'm going to do. Cut taxes very substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a pandemic. And the pandemic was not since 1917, where 100 million people died, has there been anything like it. We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where the economy and where the stock market was higher than it was before the pandemic came in. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. We made ventilators for the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the military. They give me credit for a lot of things, but not enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond.
So Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy. And the best economists in our country, if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look at where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
It's just a soundbite. They gave her that to say. Look, I went to the Wharton School of Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to bring up our worth, our value as a country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our country. And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Mr. President, I do want to drill down on something you both brought up. The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy. And all you have to do is look at a poll. The polls say 80 and 85 and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response. And you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point, when we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy. Everything that she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my elected, she'd change it. And it will be the end of our country. She's a Marxist. Everybody knows she's a Marxist. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, and when you look at these millions and millions of people that are pouring into our country monthly, where it's, I believe, 21 million people, not the 15 that people say, and I think it's a lot higher than the 21. That's bigger than New York State pouring in. And just look at what they're doing to our country. They're criminals. Many of these people coming in are criminals. And that's bad for our economy, too. You know, you mentioned before, we'll talk about immigration later. Well, bad immigration is the worst thing that can happen to our economy. They have, and she has, destroyed our country with policy that's insane. Almost policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before. He said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born, is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years, they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do. Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, Every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch of lies, and that's not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life. Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body, should not be made by the government.
Thank you, Vice President Harris.
Well, there she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else, and every legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time, but for 52 years, this issue has torn our country apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, 2 things. Number one, she said she'll go back to Congress. She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the 50-50, essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk. You know what it reminds me of? When they said they're going to get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then her, I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And he went out, got rejected again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got taunted with this whole thing about this whole idea, and how unfair that would have been. Part of the reason they lost to the millions and millions of people that had to pay off their student loans. They didn't get it for free, but they were saying it's the same way that they talked about that they talk about abortion.
But if I could just get a yes or no, because your running mate, J.D. Vance, has said that you would veto it if it did come to your desk.
Well, I didn't discuss it with J.D. in all fairness. J.D., and I don't mind if he has a certain view, but I think he was speaking for me, but I really didn't. Look, we don't have to discuss it because she'd never be able to get it, just like she couldn't get student loans. They couldn't get student loans. They didn't even come close to getting student loans. They taunted young people and a lot of other people that had loans. They can never get this approved. So it doesn't matter what she says about going to Congress. So wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years, they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government. And we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans. Couples who pray and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers to go and get the health care she needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I
thank
have
you.
to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing, you should ask, will she allow abortion in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer the question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question. Would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly. But my question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill, which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill? Donald Trump got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress and said, kill the bill. And you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And I'll tell you something, he's going to talk about immigration a lot tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires. And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first. And I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so? That would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border.
First, let me respond as to the
Please.
rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country. And it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They want to make America great again. It's a very simple phrase, make America great again. She's destroying this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, will end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there had been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
The people on television saying their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, the Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that. Vice President Harris, I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme. This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election, I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz Cheney. And if you want to really know the inside track on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States. His former national security advisor has said he is dangerous and unfit. His former Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the Republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond.
Yeah. Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people. Not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who's were just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper, he was no good, I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they. But They have done such a poor job, and they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you called this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S. military. You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country. And they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
excuse me, the FBI they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime. It was a fraud, just like their number of 818,000 jobs that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing. And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of, frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court. I'm winning most of them. But those are cases, it's called weaponization. Never happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York, every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're
President Trump.
fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Well, let's talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies. Someone who has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice
to
President
stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized, not me. She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy with a fake Russia investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get-
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president, you said you wanted to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States. And in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on longstanding work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well, first of
response?
all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are even surprised. So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly, and everybody's laughing at it, okay? They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out, wait a minute, I'm talking now, if you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will never allow fracking in Pennsylvania. If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one. Just to finish, one thing so important in my opinion. So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead. Fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert soil.
Trump, we have a
These
lot
are
of
not good
issues
things
that
for
we
the
have to get
environment,
to.
as
We're
she
out of time.
understands.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office. You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully and patriotically. And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her. It's a disgrace. But we didn't do this group of people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the people that are pouring into our country and killing people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, oh, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet. That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people from countries all over the world, not just South America? They're coming in from all over the world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me just
when are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle, they went into Seattle, they took over a big percentage of the city of Seattle. When are those people going to be prosecuted?
But let me just ask
you. You might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes, sir.
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the president of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured. and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was, I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a term that related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been, as you would say, debunked. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity, Jesse, all of these people, they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this, you talk about the Capitol. Why are we allowing these millions of people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be very proud to do it. I would say we would both leave this debate right now. I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close up the border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The president of the United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short. Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say
sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about it. An election is fraudulent. We need two things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them
No judge looked at it.
And said
they said we didn't have standing. That's the other thing. They said we didn't have standing, a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you'll do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you Pennsylvania, and I'll show you. We have so many facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter, because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news. And the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by whiskers. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men, they call him a strong man. He's a tough person, smart, Prime Minister of Hungary. They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up? He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and Biden put it back on day one, but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14 million votes. They threw him out. She got 0 votes. And when she ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running. I don't understand it, but I'm okay with it because
your time is
I think
up.
we're going to
Thank you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the stalemate. How would you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end. It must end immediately. And the way it will end is we need a ceasefire deal and we need the hostages out. And so we will continue to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in particular as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians have security, self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one. She hates Israel. At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone. It would have never happened. Iran was broke under Donald Trump. Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the 28 different spheres of terror. And they are spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation. And now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself. It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant. It is well known he exchanged love letters with Kim Jong-un. And it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear. They can manipulate you with flattery and favors. And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace. That is why we understand that we have to have a president who is not consistently weak and wrong on national security, including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
They're the ones, and she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her last week, said, I hope she wins. And I think he meant it. because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent, and they are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic ABC News presidential debate from the National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Let me get the sound down. Oh man, wow. What do you guys think? That was crazy. Well, first of all, the first thing that I noticed was the extreme biased nature of the questions. So I'm keeping a tab. They have spent 3 out of 6 topics talking about Donald Trump. The first one was on his on J6, or no, that wasn't the first one. I actually found my note, but they talked about J6. They talked about election denialism, and they also talked about the economy. They talked about immigration, but they spent a lot more time, and I wish I would have been timing it. They spent a lot more time talking about those other issues than they did about the economy. They actually talked about the economy the least amount of time. Another thing that I've noticed is that the timeshare, so they are under law supposed to give both opponents the equal airtime, which I don't believe that they have done so. Wolf, your hand shot up first. I'm going to get your analysis, and then we'll go through the rest of the hands. Repost the space, everybody. Bottom right corner. Let's go. Go ahead, Wolf.
Yeah, I'll keep it super short and sweet. And you can testify to this, Diligent. I'm very independent. I don't really lean into one side, but as a independent watching, it's very clear that they're targeting Trump. I believe that they have corrected him 3 or 4 times. But the number one thing which stood out to me is as they're going into each topic, there appears to be, from a neutral perspective, a very biased slant as they are trying to kind of will the viewers in a certain direction, one would say. I understand this because I'm a moderator full time. I moderate for 8 hours a day, right? I see how moderation works and how you can turn topics in one way or the other. The number one thing which stood out to me, and I'll just say this, there's so many things, of course, you could speak to, is in regards to immigration, which was supposed to be that big topic, right? They've dove into all the Trump topics that, could nail, and they've made sure to correct him on each one, call him out, right? Like the moderators themselves basically trying to put their perspective in. But when it came to immigration, I feel like they really just ran over that, right? There was no talk about voter ID and the whole side of that, all the points that Trump's made, they just kind of glossed over. And there was 13 million people came in. We're all good. Next topic, let's talk about, this and that and some of those pieces. So that to me was one of the big things where I was like, you can go at them, but you kind of got to go at both of them, or you got to be, somewhere more in the middle. Maybe the moderators are just trying out for press secretary for Kamala. I'm not sure.
Do you think that, let me ask you real quick, because you are an independent. Do you think that a lot of people with your your particular political views are going to see through what's going on here, or you know what I mean? I'm curious to get the response later on after people have had time to digest it.
Yeah, I didn't as intently watch the last debate as closely as I'm watching this one. And of course, the last one was with Biden. And simply just by, being alive and breathing and having her eyes open, she is doing better than Biden. But on the other side of things, yes, I agree. I think people would like to see them kind of attack both. It's okay if you're going to be an aggressive moderator. I know that. You just have to attack both sides, right? You have to push back on both sides. That way, I actually think they might even be doing Kamala. I think they think they're doing a service. They might even be doing a disservice because it's all these softball layups that you can kind of see from the audience. And I'd like to see some of the hard-hitting questions, which I think would give her more of a chance. So it's a weird strategy. It's almost shooting themselves in the foot a bit.
Okay, thank you for that, Wolf. I love your perspective. Millie, go ahead.
Yeah, so one thing that's actually kind of interesting is...
Millie, can you hear me? And remember, you guys got to keep it short.
Millie's talking, Diligent.
Millie is talking.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Oh,
I don't think you can hear me.
Shit. Let me know when she's done.
Okay, so what I was going to say is essentially what we're seeing is they are spending all of their time and energy trying to attack Trump. I'm sitting here wondering, wow, I didn't know ABC was also running for president. They seem like a third participant in the debate. because they continually try to like attack Trump or fact check him on things or lie or push disinfo to attack him.
They were
or
even arguing him. They were
Yeah.
arguing him.
And if you notice, they'll constantly, like, as soon as he's actually getting a moment to, like, fully express what he's trying to say and make a good point, they'll cut him off and say, we don't have any more time on that. Sorry. And I've never seen them do that with her. And so the other thing is, Kamala will just outright say, Trump's, not going to do, he's going to do this or that on the abortion issue. And then Trump's like, he literally just said before, he's not going to do those things. So it's bizarre that you're seeing her putting words and things in his mouth, and the fact. Oh, I think I was muted.
We must defend Russia from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives that are being people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening. We're in for 250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship, and they respect your president, okay? They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin, hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building up soldiers, he did it after I left. I said, oh, he must be negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here,
threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president? But we have a president,
Mr. President,
that doesn't know he's alive.
your time is up. Just to clarify in the question, do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war? Yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin? And would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president, you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to define one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine. Understand why the European allies and our NATO allies are so thankful that you are no longer president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour. I wanted her to respond to something you said earlier, and I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually, maybe he'll use them, and maybe he hasn't been that threatening, but he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid. They said the wrong things. That war should have never started. She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her. She's worse than Biden. In my opinion, I think he's the worst president in the history of our country. She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends and not favor our enemies because you adore strongmen instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is Commander-in-Chief, and the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen, he's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen, for years, we were paying almost all of NATO. We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before, if you don't pay, we're not going to protect you. Otherwise, we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the soldiers who died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban. The negotiation involved the Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this, and the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place of storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected world leaders. And this former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not again appreciate the role and responsibility of the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect. And this gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response to her saying that you began the negotiations with the Taliban.
So if you take a look at that period of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved with the Taliban because the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within Afghanistan. They don't bother doing that because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months, we had nobody killed. We did have an agreement negotiated by Mike Pompeo. It was a very good agreement. The reason it was good, we were getting out. We would have been out faster than them, but we wouldn't have lost the soldiers. We wouldn't have left many Americans behind, and we wouldn't have left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful military equipment behind. And just to finish, they blew it. The agreement said you have to do this, and they didn't do it. The agreement was terminated by us because they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I want to move on.
And these people did the worst withdrawal, and in my opinion, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you. I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something. I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words. So I'm asking.
I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember how Donald Trump started. He was a land. He owned land. He owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to Black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young Black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first Black president of the United States. And I think the American people want better than that, want better than this, want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the most divisive presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said, going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5. They admitted, they said, they pled guilty. And I said, well, if they pled guilty, they badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world, and I'm going to build it again. It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger. But they're destroying our economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this, she is Biden. You know, she's trying to get away from Biden. I don't know the gentleman. She says, she is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad that she can't get away with that.
Thank you. Time's up.
I want to respond to that, though. I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as opposed to a conversation that is constantly about belittling and name-calling. Let's turn the page
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy,
She
please.
has the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
She
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay.
That's what her plan is until just recently.
I just need to respond
President
because
Trump,
the
President
former
Trump.
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I just need
gonna move
respond
on, Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he has
President
said
Trump, this is
multiple
now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long vowed to repeal and replace the Affordable Care Act, also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care, always was. It's not very good today. And what I said, that if we come up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it and we're going to replace it. But remember this, I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it. They were unanimous. They wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up, they wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in that administration. We read about the bad ones. We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now. But if we come up with something, I would only change it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are concepts and options we have to do that. And you'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you supported Bernie Sanders' proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system. 2 years later, you proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private healthcare options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear my position on fracking. And then this business about taking everyone's guns away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous lying about this stuff. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president, 60 times he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. 60 times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said at the time, because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to this is that access to health care should be a right and not just a privilege of those who can afford it. And the plan has to be to strengthen the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice President Harris,
in terms of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a lot.
You made a mistake. At number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It was all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to get. People are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where you wait 6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have another issue that we'd like to get to that's important for a number of Americans, in particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Well, the former president had said that climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or is being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can actually deal with this issue. The young people of America care deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable, but we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Holy shit, you guys! Like, dude, the bias. So we're in a chat in the background, and Wolf did a really good job of asking, how much airtime is happening here. You can bet your ass that Donald Trump's campaign and his attorneys are counting the seconds. She is getting way more airtime than him. I wish I was measuring it, but the law states that they have to give equal airtime, and it's not anywhere near that. Go ahead, Jim. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not so sure that the law is going to be able to be applied on equal airtime, but this is the issue. Listen, however much airtime is there is not always the most important thing in a debate. It can be important, but it's not the only thing. This debate has been entirely catered by ABC News to give Kamala Harris the opportunity to talk about any issue but the economy. Now, they talked about oil a little bit here, and that is an economic issue, but they have not talked about the economy. They haven't talked about jobs. They haven't talked about inflation. They have not talked about where interest rates are. They haven't talked about groceries. They haven't talked about savings rates. So they're staying totally away from these issues. And now they just went to freaking climate change. Like the number one issues on Americans' minds right now, by almost every preference poll, is the economy and immigration. They're staying away
and the
from
female
these.
moderator, the female. I just want to point out to the female moderator, when she directed her questions at him, two of them she started with, "And you failed." I just want to highlight that she said,
Yeah.
"Oh, well, back here you said, and then you failed." So I just want to highlight the bias here for everybody. This
And
is
by the
a
way, Diligent,
political.
just keep in mind,
Real quick. We're limited on time, Jim. I just want to say this is a political
laid out,
hit job,
say,
and there are
quickly.
so many people. I just want to say, I want you guys to look at, just Google or search the word questions. The platform is on fire, thinking that Kamala has been prepared with these questions. Go ahead, Jim. You have 10 seconds, and I'll go to the rest.
Yeah, I think she has been prepared, and they set up the whole pattern so they could get questions that would give her momentum moving forward. That's exactly how this
100%. 100%. Let's go to Kevin. Go ahead, Kevin. Quickly. Okay, Auntie Kami, go ahead.
Well, I wish that Trump brought up how she put all the black men in jail when she was attorney general, but he didn't, and I hope he does. That's all.
Let's go to Independent. Go ahead.
I thought it was interesting on I think it was the last question. They said they had 1 minute to respond, but they have not been counting minutes of this whole debate except that one time, which is why I think you're right that she has had more time to speak than them.
Time. And not only that, they've only interrupted her once while they've interrupted him, I think at least 5 times. And I do have somebody that was counting on that as well. Okay, let's go to, I'm trying to get Dustin up here. Penny, if you can help me get people up that were the normal crowd. Go ahead, Kevin, are you there now?
Yeah, no, sorry about that. I walked away for a beer. Yeah, no, honestly, I think that the moderators are doing yeoman's work right now. Honestly, this debate is 3 versus 1 at this point. David Muir and this Lindsay chick they're fact-checking Donald Trump in real time, but saying nothing about the Kamala Harris blatant lies. I mean, whether it's the abortion debate about Ralph Northam talking about post-birth abortion, which everyone has been retweeting all night long. That's all I've seen on Twitter all night long is the Ralph Northam post-birth abortion. Also, the very fine people hoax that David Muir just skipped over. It is so shocking to me that these people can call themselves objective. And because of that, unfortunately, I think this is at best a draw for President Trump because it's 3 against 1. And I worry about what this is going to do on the back end. I worry about what this is going to do moving forward. David Muir and this Lindsay chick, who no one will remember after tonight, let's be honest. This is her one moment in the sun. But
I feel like they could have done a better job of preparing for this. But we're coming back. I'm going to cut everybody off. Here we go.
Pennsylvania. Here again, David Muir and Lindsay Davis.
Welcome back tonight. The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight 2 very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us, and we can chart a new way forward. And a vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or a witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat? The only thing I ever asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump, thank you. And that is our ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world.
Oh, shit, man. Okay, let's see here. All right, you guys. Man, that was pretty brutal. I want to go to my co-host first, and then I'll go to Wolf in their hands. There's a lot of hands up. Thanks for hanging with us, you guys. That was brutal to watch, to be honest with you. I want to say,
subject in the
get
debate,
Robert Davi up here, though, please.
and it should have been.
So I'll just jump in while the host and co-host jump in. So it's pretty clear that Kamala Harris was playing possum, and we collectively, a lot of my friends on the right fell for it, right? in her absence from the media, we portrayed her in the absolute worst possible light, forgetting that she was a prosecutor and a U.S. senator, and we ran hard with the word salad stuff, and that she was stupid, and we dramatically screwed up the expectations game, which is largely why we're seeing the response that we're getting. So again, if we portray her as somebody who can't form a coherent thought, and she takes all of this time, maybe even like softballs the CNN interview, and then comes out extremely strong on the big stage in the debate. And I don't mean that on the substance, but on her ability to present coherent thoughts. Like, if I'm being objective, while I don't think the policies make any sense and 90% of it was absolute lies, but if you're watching it and you're not somebody who's one of us who knows that the fine people thing is a hoax, that the Project 2025 thing is ridiculous, that the one that really drives me crazy, the bloodbath one, where he's blatantly talking about, like, auto workers, it's going to be a bloodbath, like if I don't win and bring manufacturing back, like all of those things. Remember that most of the audience watching on a presidential stage, they are not equipped with that information. And so I agree we can have this conversation, but the expectation game going in was that she was going to be Biden-esque, and she was anything but, unfortunately.
For the record, I tried warning people in spaces over and over again that she is not dumb, that she is a psychopath, that she's a smart psychopath, because you don't become, a prosecutor and an attorney general and a senator and work your way up the ladder to becoming a vice president, now running on the presidential ticket after running a coup on the sitting dementia-ridden president that she's, puppeteering. That doesn't say dumb bimbo to me. And I was trying to warn people, that my fellow conservatives in these spaces, that look, I would be more concerned about her in the sense that she's a psychopath. And I am even more convinced of that after watching the debate tonight, because it was lie after lie and deception and skilled manipulation, like some conniving prosecutor that would try to bury you in the ground with lies in court that they know are lies, but they don't care because they're just trying to make the case against you to win. Okay, and that is what she did tonight. So let that be a lesson learned for everyone that was pushing the BS about, her sounding all dumb or whatever, that, sometimes they can play these games with us, but you actually have to look deeper beneath the surface, investigate and figure out, that's not fully making sense. That's not adding up. And, I think a lot of people kind of fell for that, the low expectation thing. And now, go ahead.
So Miller, and I also think it's important, right? And I'm glad I said this right before the debate, which is, I warned everybody that the levels of the bias of the moderators would show itself in very specific ways, right? One, the framing of the questions. Two, whether or not they fact-checked Donald Trump in real time or didn't. And three, how they interrupted the two different candidates on an unequal basis. And the all of those were extremely exacerbated. And I will say, Donald Trump, I thought, started very, very, very strong, very strong. But I think the problem is that she overwhelmed him with the just raw number of absolute horseshit lies over and over and over again. When I listened to it, it almost seemed intentional to bring up the fine people hoax, to bring up all of the hoaxes that the media has run over and over and over and over and over again. Because in the format of these debates, it is extremely difficult in your 60 or 90 seconds to be able to fully respond to everything somebody just said in the same amount of time and make your own offensive points. And I think by about 2/3 of the way in, you could see the frustration boiled over with President Trump, because he just was unable to be able, like, based on the format, to keep up with like trying to fact check Kamala Harris. And it's got to be incredibly frustrating to hear her lie and lie and lie and lie. And yet when you tell the truth, you're being fact checked. And we saw that with some of the January 6th nonsense, where, right, and officers died. We all know that that's not true, but it almost seriously felt intentional, like a campaign tactic from Kamala to use all of the most ridiculous, over-the-top media lies about Donald Trump, knowing that that would frustrate him over the long course of the debate. And unfortunately, I think he did get a bit exacerbated, and I can understand that. But if I'm being objective, I have to say, based on the standard going in, that Kamala Harris is going to be faring much better with the public tomorrow than she was going into the debate.
Well, if you look at the cheap
This
stuff,
is a complete setup.
okay,
Let's
but
just call
you
it
have
straight
to look
face.
at the big picture here.
Oh, it's Dustin and Miley, my bad.
They spent all of
Oh,
their
sound
time.
came back. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
got
we
you,
hear you.
Diligent.
Yep.
I don't think
I thought I was
Diligent
gonna
can
have
hear
to
me.
try to reset the space. I had no sound for like the last 2 minutes. Thank you, Penny, for holding it down. Real quick, you guys. Sorry, let me just kind of reset a little bit. I feel like that was probably one of the most biased debates we could have ever seen. Independent Wolf Financial up here, the Blue Wolf, said that he was saying during and afterwards he felt it was biased as hell. He's an independent, Brian. He's not MAGA. He's not a Republican, but whatever. But anyways,
Is he the king of independence?
Hold on, bro, don't fucking interrupt me. Thank you. Bottom right corner reposts the space. I want to go to Robert Davi first because age before beauty. Robert, welcome to the stage, sir. I want to get your thoughts on the debate tonight. Go for it.
Thank you, Diligent. First off, it was as I expected, and as a lot of you expected. It was biased. You can't have those two people doing it on ABC. I don't know why Trump didn't say. First off, I just want to say that ABC has given her 100% positive, and I had 93% negative stories. He should have brought that up. She got under his skin when I always say to people, taste the bait, don't swallow the hook. He swallowed the effing hook on his rallies. There was a change in that. She started with the rally thing. She knew that was, and then she did other spots where the minute you prod him, she hit him with the hat pin. It was a continual hat pin. And by the time she may set it up at a certain point and then move on to another issue, and he doesn't respond to the issue because he's seeing red with that other hat pin thing where he's getting stuck. The other thing is, I've said it, I call her Kamala. I can't stress enough. I call her Kamala. She has been tutored. She has been coached. Everything she does is Obama. She is Obama. The way she holds her hand, the way she touches her lip, the way she does certain things, and she says this and that is Obama. As an actor, and I said it on one of my little tweets, when I loved Marlon Brando, when I loved, you study actors that you respect. Well, so do politicians. And Kamala has Obama down. The Michelle and the Obama, they got a thing down. It's a new form of political communication, which is not authentic. It's studied and it's propagandized. They're very good at it. And so I think, I'm shocked that Trump took the debate, because I think we should demand different debates. There should be no moderators. There should be some regular people asking questions and two people on a stage, open mics, and stop all the bullshit. Take off the gloves. This format frustrates the shit out of me. It's a false narrative. And we should fight up against that and tell our politicians, don't give me any more debates like this, and don't tune into them, because it's going to be absolutely horseshit anyway.
I agree with you. We do need to fix the debates, but that just it feels like another drop in the bucket of all the reform that we need with our political process at this point. and I just don't think it. Man, when you think about it, it's hard not to get blackpilled about the entire process. Brian, I see you laughing down there. I'm going to go to George first because I started the day off with George in a space having political discussions. So I want to get George, because he came here immediately afterwards. I want to get George's take. And then, Brian, I'm going to let you gloat a little bit, but go ahead, George. Shit, we just lost George. Damn it. George, request to get you back up here.